Okay. Where is everything? I really need to get like a standby screen or something instead of just coming in hot. Pause all of them. Right. I really need to do alchemy, but it's going to cost me a fortune. I could just KP it whilst doing other skills. I'll think about it in a minute. I need to do some redeem. Page. Hello, Steady. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. One page. Follow. One page. Or sub scribble for 5 pages of George Orwell's 1984. Boom. Pin. Marvelous. Ah. Level 55 friends now. Just making more friends in other people's chat. That's it. Just friend me in game. Level it up. Perfect. There we go. Good and ready. Welcome, welcome, folks. Sorry. I know it's a bit of a wooden start sometimes, but I just haven't got myself a screen or anything yet sorted. Already at bed, played a bit earlier today, but got to start fixing my grinding and sleep pattern. Yeah. I'm not going to be making this one as late either, because we've got a lot to do tomorrow. Some family to see for the Crimbles. And I've also got a big game going on this weekend, so having a topsy-turvy night pattern isn't really going to help. We need the full day from like 8 in the morning. We're going to be playing Twilight Imperium for the whole day. So you need that good sleeps to happen again. So we'll think of this stream as a little bit of the corrective requirement to get our things. Oh, that's something I want to check as well. I wonder if Twisty has... Very close. 11 levels. 11 levels. Oh, that actually reminds me. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Boom. Taking advantage. There's so So many Discords I'm in right now. Got a new game today, been sleeving cards for it. Was that the one you were showing me earlier? The Kickstarter one you had, which for some reason their website wanted to load every image at 4K and nearly shut down my entire internet. Well, shut down my stream. Like, my internet was fine, but I really don't want to do alchemy. I need it to be level 50 though. Let's start off by fixing our ventures. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Bum 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 ba-dum, bum ba-da, 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 ba-ba, ba-da. Okay. Actually, I put my rank up as 3500, but I didn't actually check where I was. Yeah, I am in the top 3500. Okay. Bum bum. Badum bum badum. Bum bum. Do 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 do. Boo 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 doo boo boo doo. Ba 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 ba. Losa Lion already buying a page. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I didn't know how the page reading would kind of go today with the it's like the weekdays. I don't know. I don't normally stream the Mondays, so did my taking advantage of the tannery work? Just save them up. I will. I will. I will. No rush, whenever you feel like it. Oh, I'll read the page pretty soon. I'm sure I'll get into some kind of grind that gives us the time to do it. I'm just sorting out my ventures and bits and bobs first and warming up to it. But I've got lovely tea and honey to keep the voice ready. And I know everybody was saying I could use the tannery streaming thing to post it. I still... I pasted the message up in the tannery and it was sat there for about, I don't know, I've been streaming for nearly 10 minutes now, so probably a good 5 minutes where I didn't... I'm still nervous to do it. I'm so flaky in that regard. Is Twisty Online, are they still working for their... Because I noticed they're only 11 levels away. Oh, they are. They're very close to the... I never actually read what these explosives are for. No, I want the info card. Can I just check info? Ah, there we go. For small controlled explosions. For coarse deathstone. Huh. Maybe that's for stonemason or something? No. Steady. Also, grind was a bit on the lower scale, so not much progress, but still pretty happy about it. First 20 skills for Chronopolis, with 2 and a bit over halfway on the third. Oh! Yeah, you've gained a lot of levels towards myself then. Yeah, although I'm not too bad. I'm not too bad. I'm just indecisive on what on earth to do about alchemy. I only need 10 levels. But it's gonna be so expensive. Like, it's not like I'm running out of money to do it with, but it is making stuff at a loss. I think I just have to bite the bullet and do it. It's only for 10 levels. Like, I know the potent healing potion gives me what I need. It's either that or I just go to the tannery again. Put the KP points in it. I should bite the bullet. Just get it done. Rip it off like a band-aid. I should have done it sooner. Or it's either that and I'd work the fishing to its fishing venture. So I reckon I can read pages whilst passively fishing a little bit. It doesn't need to be too incredibly active. I might enchant the spear a little bit before I do. Do they need the net to catch the placid bass? I think they do. You know what? I'll just grab what I can. Pineapples! You've made some theme songs for the Pineapple Tours? Seriously? I actually... I should maybe, because I've got plenty of emote slots, I could make a pineapple emote. Got everything else. Okay. Let's see how we get on with fishing and trying to read at the same time. It'll actually be a great way to know if I can keep up the reading with a more active skill. Like I could catch 6 fish, read, catch 6 fish, read. Who knows? We'll see how it. We'll see how it works. Heck yeah, play the last one in Discord. It's safe. All 4 are, but don't want to fill your stream. No, it's okay. What I'll do is I'll do some fishing, and before I read the page that you purchased, we'll listen to... Is it in the secret ad campaign, or... Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. Oh, they're only 30 seconds. That'll be fine. Cool. We'll get ourselves where I need to be to catch fishes. And we'll give it a go. Okay, so the first one is called... Oh wait, I'll turn off the game music first. Turn off the game music. So this is from Lowe's Alliance. Might be loud. AI doesn't master volume. I shall turn it low and crank it up, shall I? That's not too bad. Right, sorry, I'll start that again because I talked over a bit of it. Here we go. Journey through Chronopolis. Fantastic. Journey to Harmony.
Pack your bags, let's hit the road. Through Chronopolis where stories unfold. From the tannery to the pineapple show. The best community, don't you know? Come together, let's go, let's see. Feel the sunshine, feel so free. Laugh and dance in unity. Pineapple tour in harmony.
You know, if anybody puts me in a collab, Lowe's the Lion, because sometimes we do collab streams, I'm going to be playing these. So the third one is Pineapple Groove. Oh yeah, that is groovy. Tack tap. Nice. I like that one. That one's good. I really like that one. Okay, the last one. Journey through Chronopolis.
I led them to Chronopolis where the pineapples lie. Golden fruits of wonder reaching to the sky. Hop, step, jump and tack tap. Eyes wide, don't you miss. Touring through the tannery where dreams find their bliss. Oh, the pineapples are falling in colorful array. Dance through every corner. Feel the vibrant sway. Join the tour of wonders. See them in their cry. Pineapples of Chronopolis, a journey at a time.
That one's good as well. The last two, Lucy Lion, those two are winners, I think. I suppose it's a taste thing, but I like them. Tack, tap, hop, step, jump. Last two had more input in the lyrics. You could tell, because especially with tack tap coming in and stuff like that. I know you said you did it with AI and stuff. How long does it take you to create that with them? And can it only give you those 30-second samples? Is it like, can they put out a full 3-minute banger if you really needed? Or I suppose a 2-minute 30. A 2-minute 30 you can get away with as a song. Because when they end at like 32 seconds, a part of me was like, I kind of want more. Free plan gets you 30 seconds. You can keep extending it. That wasn't too bad. Paid plan gets you instant long songs. Yeah. Okay, so there is a premium package, I suppose. They were good though. I liked the third one. So I'm gonna play that one again. It's just really groovy. Tack tap. That's so good. It's so good. I could actually manage. I could imagine doing the Pineapple Tour to that music, and then getting to the hopscotch. That'd be great. Boop, 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 boop. It did occur to me, instead of fishing, I could be doing foraging. And then KP boost. Alchemy. Ooh, because I don't need cooking anymore. It's not like I'm going to need these fish. I suppose if depends if it actually gets me anything. Like the wrinkled starfish. Wrinkle, wrinkle, little star. Does it not sell anywhere or something? I've got it stuck in my head. I've actually got it stuck in my head. No, actually, I wanted to keep doing the fishing because at least gives you the fishing venture. That's why I was doing fishing. And we'll just KP dump. Okay. We'll just do that. And then let's see if we can manage. Graggle cooked one up as well. Ooh. Peak. Greg was saying it's kind of hard to make the AI say the words well. The singing is quite drowned out by the instrumental as well. So pretty. Oh. I need to send a private message to someone just so that we fix the There, so you can see the chat behind the voucher. There we go. That's the AI mastering that sucks. You have to be lucky to get it generated correctly. Maybe a part of the premium plan. Yeah, but if it's not part of the premium plan, it's kind of frustrating, isn't it? Because you don't know if you're going to get that in the premium plan. So you pay for the premium plan in the hopes that it can fix it, but it doesn't. Pineapples. Pineapples. Oh, Graggle wrote the lyrics on them one. I guess the guitar solo is the sax solo. Oh, they wanted the sax solo, and I didn't hear a saxophone in it. Although a sax solo would be quite fun. I just got the so pretty. Look at Tours now. Ah, so good. I don't know which ones I like. I love Graggle's one. That was really, just because the Tours now. But I really like the groovy one. I just really like the groovy one.
Pineapple tour start, the dance in the air. Hop, step, jump, it's a lively affair. Granola marbles, oh what a sight. Tap, tap, watching the disco lights. Oh, the pineapple groove, let's move and ride. Party all night with these vibes well right. And now let's dance to the beat so alive. Hop, step, jump, feel the thrill and drive.
See, that actually gets stuck in my head. The groovy, because a groovy song does get stuck in your head. That's so good. Stream's gonna be filled with music now. Yeah, after all the time I said that I don't really play music on my tours. Here's me playing the same thing over and over again. Hey, 41. Okay, this might actually work for getting alchemy then. Although, what is it, 4 knowledge points? Is fishing good for knowledge points at all? Is this even a good idea? I kind of need to level the fishing anyway.
Hi!
Stero! Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. And steady. Okay, we've got 3 page readings now with the follow and the turnip purchase. I've got them marked. We can't bank too many. Or if I get too many, I might have to bank them for a later date. I mean, I can read 3, but if it ends up like yesterday where I've got 87. Or actually, like, I added it all up from yesterday with everything that added as well. We did well over 100 pages. Over 100 pages yesterday. It was crazy. But it was good. It was good. I'll start reading them. I don't know if it's good to bank these or not. We'll just bank them for now. Could cook them. if I ever wanted some more cooking. Okay, what I will do is... Losa Lion. Oh, man. Or... Ooh. Ooh. How, how big... Oh, like, I need to ask. Okay, to... Would you guys be okay if I, like, tested putting one of these on my, like, you know, you can purchase them to play it with turnips. I know we've got the book read and stuff like that, but in case somebody wants to play the song, feel free. Okay, well, we'll listen to Journey Through Chronopolis. Your two more. Oh, he got the sax solo. City Delights with the sax solo now as well. Yay! The sax solo. Hey. Because they're only like 30 seconds. We'll make one with your name in it. I believe Golden Fruit has a turnip reference. Oh, does it? We'll play Golden Fruit.
It's golden fruit. Tap, tap, watch step, get in the groove. Hop, step, jump, feel the beat. In the city, world is green. Share the code, Turnip's the name.
Turnip's the name. Share the code. Turnip's the name. Share the code. Okay, let's have a look. I won't have forgotten about those 3 pages. I will read them, but this is too exciting and I'm too easily distracted. So, where is it? Channel points. Okay, the stream might go a bit squiffy if I'll... Let's do the... Let's test it on the groovy one. Oh, it's done. Okay, that was quick. Good. Do. Custom. I don't know how to... How do I... Oh, manage alerts. Okay. Okay. I think I've got this. Sorry. Look at me trying to work Twitch. Boop, 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 boop. Let's do this. So I could actually put an alert on the book reading. It might be in a different one. I'll make a soundbite for that. Write me a page. Custom award. Pineapple groove. Okay. We'll make it 300 as well. Same price as the page thing. So create, manage alerts. Nope, that's not it. Oh. Oh, it's so confusing. Why is this so confusing? How do I... Really sorry. I can't see how this works. It just says channel points, but it doesn't actually let me pick which one you claim. But there must be a way, because others are doing it all the time. Channel points. Can I do it from this? Let's see. Box. Nope. Adaption rate compared to channels without them. Oh wait, I think I've found it. I think I've got this. Okay. Okay. I found out how to get it up. I just have to figure out how to get it to work. Don't need that. Okay. Then how do I attach it? I'm taking too much time doing this. I'm sorry. I might just have to leave it. I can make the pineapple groove. I just can't seem to get it. This is so much useless information that doesn't seem to help me or answer any kind of... like... it's so frustrating. Oh, I've given up. I've given up. Man, Twitch, like... I just feel like every step is so complicated. I have no idea. And it's impossible to find anything in their sub-menu thing. I'm really sorry, Line. I would have loved to have actually put that up. I wouldn't even know how to get a soundbite up then. I need to ask the others how they do it. Because I have no clue. This makes no sense. And I'm genuinely quite cross with it. Look how cross I am. This is angry Turnip. I don't like to be beaten. I don't like to be beaten. Yeah, I'm sorry you put in the pineapple groove. I've made the alert box, but I just can't seem to get it to play them together. Oh. Oh, what's going on? OBS, behave. Behave. Thank you. Add alerts. Add browser source. Yeah, but add the browser source to what? Eh? Maybe I should just Google it. Google it, Google it, Google it, Google it, Google it, Google it. How to add sound to navigate to my alerts, select channel points in the upper. Click add new button. Okay. Navigate to my alerts. Okay. Nope, that's not there either. I'm so determined. I'm so sorry. I'm barely doing anything on stream because I'm so determined with this. I hate being beaten by this stupid thing. I can't accept my defeat. It must be possible. Why is it so complicated? Twitch, really? Let's put some tune. Okay. Okay, have I done it? I may have done it. Oh. Oh boy. Nope. uh Okay, I accept my defeat. I accept my defeat. I don't know what it wants from me. I'm so disappointed, though. I really would have loved it if we could have done that. It's such a shame. Because they're so good. They're so good. It would have been so much fun. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. No, my backpack is empty. There you go. Okay. Okay. Let's say this. I've got one more attempt. One more attempt, guys, and then I will admit defeat. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, come on, I'm so close. I'm so close. We can do this. I can do this. It'll be so good. Oops, sorry. But that's one step closer. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. 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 Look at me twitch. Watch me twitch. I can do this. I can do this. I'll kill everybody's eardrums. Come on. There has to be a way. Yep.
Pineapple tours. Trump, it's a lively affair.
Okay. Okay. Save it. Okay. Why is it always going back to... No. It just doesn't seem to save any of my changes. I've made 3 alert boxes. And every time I make the changes, it just doesn't seem to save it. It turns it into a follow thing. And I don't know why. It's mildly frustrating. Ba, 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 ba.
Pineapple tours start the dance. Pineapple
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know what I've done wrong. I know what I've done wrong.
hop, step, jump, it's a lively affair.
Okay, we're done.
Pineapple is small.
Okay. I think I found it. Haha. Ah ha ha. Add. Browsers. Pineapple. Tour. Oh, guys, I'm so close. I'm so close. Thank you for your patience. Right. Right. Did it send it? No! Why? I did it exactly as it told me to, and it's changed it back to follows. I don't want it to be for followers. Go away. How do you spin it? Spin it. Oh, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I don't know what I did wrong. Hi, traveler. Hello. Okay. I'm defeated. That's it. That was my last try. I don't know what Twitch wants from me beyond that. That was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Not as straightforward or easy to use as they said. I actually did their step-by-step guide on how to get it to play a soundbite, and it just defaulted. What might happen is if somebody follows us, we might get the Pineapple Tours playing, because it keeps defaulting to Pineapple Tours. So, yeah. Yeah. Step away and revisit another time. Yeah, I will do. We'll just have to play them manually. I'll turn off the Pineapple Tour claim thing in case somebody claims it and nothing happens. Well, nothing will happen if somebody claims it, but I will turn it off for now. Boop. Until I can fix it. But, yeah. Yeah. I think there was more. What else was there? Unhawk. Oh, we didn't listen to Journey Through Chronopolis again. We'll just listen to some cool music. Together we dance, lead and unwind. Hop, step, jump through the bustling scene. Tag, tap games where we're free. I love the tack tip. Discover the joy that this world provides. As pineapples gleam, magic never hides. Oh, beautiful. What was Graggle's other one? Oh, Graggle's got You Hop. Oh yeah, this is good. Come see the delights. First you have to pet the cat on your way back. Pineapple tour, yeah, learn about the city. Pineapple tour. It's a journey so pretty. Book your tour now. Hey, book your tour now. They're all really good, Traveller. They're so good. First you have to pet the cat. Tack the tap on your way back. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, it's a pineapple tour. Come see the sights. Yeah, it's a pineapple tour. See the delights. First you have to pet the cat and tag the tap on your way back. Pineapple tour, yeah. Learn about the city.
I love how it says tack the tap.
Book your tours now. This is a grand production.
Tack the tap on your way back. I like the get your tours now on the most. The one that's get your tours now is so good. Was that the first one? I think you did.
Yes, the pineapple tour, come see the sights. Yes, the pineapple tour, come see the delights. First you have to pet the cat. Tap
on your way back. I already know the words. Get to us now. They're so good. I don't know if I like that one or the second one where you actually got the sax solo there. Gonna play these all night, I think. Ah. Excellent. Excellent. I actually am in tears. They're so good. So good. How are you doing, Traveller? Sorry, I never said hello when you came into chat there. I was too busy frustrating over Twitch. Hoot? Yeah, I was a bit distracted there. I do apologise, and I do have 3 pages that I really should be reading, so... Ah. Doing okay. It's a Monday. It's, Yeah. Yeah, it's a Monday. It's, we've just been getting a little bit... I forgot to do the venture... Oh. I wonder if I go back to the detective one, because I don't know if I'm actually going to be doing much in the Mantaban mines. Although, yeah, I might need it for the stonemason. I better get one of those ventures up, because that is wasting time. Do 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 do. Ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Book your tickets now. They are genuinely stuck in my head. I must admit the groovy one though, was the line. The groovy one's got me. I need to play it one more time, just because I love it. I'm like a child that's just found a new toy and they can't stop playing the same thing over and over again and annoying their parents. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ah, okay. Shall we read these pages? I think I've had my fun. What we'll do is if somebody needs to be advertised, the Pineapple Tours, if a question ever gets raised in chat or something, then I'll just play it manually right now until I figure out how to get the redeem thing sorted. I thought it would be quick and easy, you know? Okay, let's sort these out. Okay. Now, I don't know how well I'm going to be doing this through fishing. It might have to be a page at a time. But I'm sure I can manage if I kind of hold it more closer to the screen. I could probably do this. But we're due 3 pages. We are still reading George Orwell's 1984. But thanks to a follow from Stereth, and we've got 2 book reading pages claimed by both Steady and Lucy Lion. We've got 3. We've got 3 to do. So, we'll get ourselves cozy. Lovely. So, as a little recap, Winston was reading through Goldstein's book. The book. It's like a forbidden book kind of thing. And he was reading it to Julia while she was starting to fall asleep. And where we left the last chapter, he finished reading the first chapter of that book. Oh, close enough. So we are in 1984, Part 2, Chapter 10. When he woke, it was with the sensation of having slept for a long time. But a glance at the old-fashioned clock told him that it was only 20:30. He lay dozing for a while, then the usual deep-lunged singing struck up from the yard below. It was only an hopeless fancy, it passed like an April dye, but a look and a word and the dreams that stirred, they have stolen my heart and eye. The drivelling song seemed to have kept its popularity. You still heard it all over the place. It had outlived the hate song. Julia woke at the sound, stretched herself luxuriously, and got out of bed. "I'm hungry," she said. "Let's make some more coffee. Damn, the stove's gone out, and the water's cold." She picked the stove up and shook it. "There's no oil in it." "We can get some from old Charrington, I expect," said Winston. "The funny thing is, I made sure it was full. I'm going to put my clothes on," she added. "It seems to have gotten colder." Winston also got up and dressed himself. The indefatigable voice sang on. "They sigh that time heals all things, they sigh you can always forget. But the smiles and the tears across the years, they twist my heartstrings yet." As he fastened the belt of his overalls, he strolled across to the window. The sun must have gone down behind the houses. It was not shining into the yard any longer. The flagstones were wet as though they had just been washed, and he had the feeling that the sky had been washed too. So fresh and pale was the blue between the chimney pots. Tirelessly the woman marched to and fro, corking and uncorking herself, singing and falling silent, and pegging out more diapers. And more, and yet more. He wondered whether she took in washing for a living, or was merely the slave of 20 or 30 grandchildren. Julia had come across to his side. Together they gazed down with a sort of fascination at the sturdy figure below. As he looked at the woman in her characteristic attitude, her thick arms reaching up for the line, her powerful mare-like buttocks protruded, it struck him for the first time that she was beautiful. It had never before occurred to him that the body of a woman of 50, blown up to the monstrous dimensions by childbearing, then hardened, roughened by work till it was coarse in the grain like an overripe turnip, could be beautiful. But it was so, and after all, he thought, why not? The solid contourless body, like a block of granite, and the rasping red skin bore the same relation to the body of a girl as the rose hip to the rose. Why should the fruit be held inferior to the flower? "She's beautiful," he murmured. "She's a metre across the hips, easily," said Julia. "That is her style of beauty," said Winston. He held Julia's supple waist, easily encircled by his arm. From the hip to the knee, her flank was against his. Out of their bodies no child would ever come. That was the only thing they could never do. Only by word of mouth, from mind to mind, could they pass on the secret. The woman down there had no mind. She had only strong arms, a warm heart, and a fertile belly. He wondered how many children she had given birth to. It might easily be 15. She had had her momentary flowering a year. perhaps of wild rose beauty, and then she had suddenly swollen like a fertilized fruit and grown hard and red and coarse. And then her life had been laundering, scrubbing, darning, cooking, sweeping, polishing, mending, scrubbing, laundering, first for the children, then for grandchildren, over 30 unbroken years. At the end of it, she was still singing. The mystical reverence that he felt for her was somehow mixed up with the aspect of the pale, cloudless sky stretching away behind the chimney pots into interminable distance. It was curious to think that the sky was the same for everybody, in Eurasia or East Asia as well as here, and the people under the sky were also very much the same. Everywhere. All over the world. Hundreds of thousands of millions of people just like this. People ignorant of one another's existence, held apart by walls of hatred and lies, and yet almost exactly the same. People who had never learned to think, but who were storing up in their hearts and beliefs and muscles the power that would one day overturn the world. If there was hope, it lay in the prose. Without having read to the end of the book, he knew that must be Goldston's final message. A future belonged to the prose. And could he be sure that when their time came, the world they constructed would not just as alien to him? Winston Smith, as the world of the party? Yes, because at least it would be a world of sanity. Where there is equality, there can be sanity. Sooner or later, it would happen. Strength would change into the consciousness. The proles were immortal. You could not doubt it when you looked at that valiant figure in the yard. In the end, their awakening would come, and until that happened, though it might be 1,000 years, they would stay alive against all the odds, like birds passing on from body to body the vitality which the party did not share and could not kill. Lovely. Thank you very much for the pages, guys. Thank you. I'm sorry it took me so long to get there. Fumbling that I was at Twitch. I will delete that one until I've figured out how to fix it. Perfect. Oh, I got to level 29. There wasn't new fish at this level, was there? Am I fishing the wrong thing now? Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong stuff. No, not till 36. Okay. There we go. I don't think this quite has the knowledge points. Well, it's getting me there, I suppose. It is lower levels than a lot of the other things I was on, so. It's a little different, I suppose. Oh. I keep forgetting to wait for the little circle to disappear. There we go. Oh, we'll put the game music back on a little bit, just quietly in the background. Done. Steam downloading. Oh. Laura. Is anything, sorry, is anything downloading?
I'm not.
It's crapped out for a bit, but I think we're back. I think we're back. Oh, did it delete my pinned? Ah, it's deleted my pinned. Here we go. Put that back up. Something went wrong. I'm just having a twitchy twitch this weekend, it seems. Yesterday it was being all funny as well. Fishy. Okay. I promise I'm not doing what people might think I'm doing. Ooh, I may have had it working. Oh, Tac Tap. I hope it's working. That was the test thing, but I don't know if it will work from the actual chat. Oh, it does! I figured it out. Okay, that means I could get like the Pineapple Tours advert up as well from Draggle if they're okay with it. Okay. Beautiful. Oh, Lucille, you redeemed a page. Okay. I will read another page. I will drop these fish off at the storage thing. I was actually kind of surprised at how easy enough it was to fish whilst reading. A little bit slower, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay. I'm so chuffed now that I got that working. I don't know how often it'll get played though, considering people are usually saving their turnips for the book reading, but there we go. Okay. So, get yourselves comfy. We'll get another page down. Do you remember, Winston said, the thrush that sung to us that first day at the edge of the wood? He was singing to us, said Julia. He was singing to please himself. Not even that. He was just singing. The birds sang. The proles sang. The party did not sing. All around the world, in London and New York, in Africa and Brazil, and in the mysterious forbidden lands beyond the frontiers, in the streets of Paris and Berlin, in the villages of the endless Russian plain, in the bazaars of China and Japan. Everywhere stewed the same solid, unconquerable figure, made monstrous by work and childbearing, toiling from birth to death and still singing. Out of those mighty loins a race of conscious beings must one day come. You were the dead. Theirs was the future. But you could share in that future if you kept alive the mind as they kept alive the body, and passed on the secret doctrine that 2 + 2 makes 4. We are the dead, he said. We are the dead, echoed Julia dutifully. You are the dead, said an iron voice behind them. They sprang apart. Winston's entrails seemed to have turned into ice. He could see the white all around the irises of Julia's eyes. Her face had turned a milky yellow. The smear of rouge that was still on each cheekbone stood out sharply, almost as though unconnected with the skin beneath. You are the dead, repeated the iron voice. It was behind the picture, breathed Julia. It was behind the picture, said the voice. Remain exactly where you are. Make no movement until you are ordered. It was staring. It was starting. It was starting at last. They could do nothing except stand gazing into one another's eyes. To run for life, to get out of the house before it was too late, no such thought occurred to them. Unthinkable to disobey the iron voice from the wall. There was a snap, as though a catch had been turned back, and a crash of breaking glass. The picture had fallen to the floor, uncovering the telescreen behind it. "Now they can see us," said Julia. "Now we can see you," said the voice. "Stand out in the middle of the room. Stand back to back. Clasp your hands behind your heads. Do not touch one another." They were not touching, but it seemed to him that he could feel Julia's body shaking. Or perhaps it was merely the shaking of his own. He could just stop his teeth from chattering, but his knees were beyond his control. There was a sound of trampling boots below, inside the house and outside. The yard seemed to be full of men. Something was being dragged across the stones. The woman's singing had stopped abruptly. There was a long, rolling clang, as though the washtub had been flung across the yard. And then a confusion of angry shouts which ended in a yell of pain. "The house is surrounded," said Winston. "The house is surrounded," said the voice. He heard Julia snap her teeth together. "I suppose we may as well say goodbye," she said. "You may as well say goodbye," said the voice. And then another quite different voice, a thin, cultivated voice, which Winston had the impression of having heard before, struck in. "And, by the way, while we are on the subject, here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head." Something crashed onto the bed behind Winston's back. The head of a ladder had been thrust through the window and had burst in the frame. Someone was climbing through the window. There was a stampede of boots up the stairs. The room was full of solid men in black uniforms with iron-shod boots on their feet and truncheons in their hands. Thank you, Losaline, for the page. Thank you very much. And another one from Traveller. Can we not just end it there? It's getting too intense. Sitting on the edge of the seat. Winston was not trembling any longer. Even his eyes he barely moved. One thing alone mattered. To keep still. To keep still and not give them an excuse to hit you. A man with a smooth prize fighter's jowl, in which the mouth was only a slit, paused opposite him, balancing his truncheon meditatively between his thumb and forefinger. Winston met his eyes. The feeling of nakedness, with one's hands behind one's head and one's face and body all exposed, was almost unbearable. The man protruded the tip of a white tongue, licked the place where his lips should have been, and then passed on. There was another crash. Someone had picked up the glass paperweight from the table and smashed it to pieces on the hearthstone. The fragment of coral, a tiny crinkle of pink like sugar rosebud from a cake, rolled around the mat. How small, thought Winston. How small it always was. There was a gasp and a thump behind him, and he received a violent kick on the ankle which nearly flung him off his balance. One of the men had smashed his fist into Julia's solar plexus, doubling her up like a little pocket ruler. She was thrashing about on the floor, fighting for breath. Winston dared not turn his head, even by a millimeter, but sometimes her livid, gasping face came within the angle of his vision. Even in his terror, it was as though he could feel the pain in his own body, the deadly pain which nevertheless was less urgent than the struggle to get back her breath. He knew what it was like, the terrible, agonizing pain which was there all the while but could not be suffered yet, because before all else it was necessary to be able to breathe. Then 2 of the men hoisted her up by the knees and shoulders, and carried her out of the room like a sack. Winston had a glimpse of her face, upside down, yellow and contorted, with the eyes shut, and still with a smear of rouge on either cheek. And that was the last he saw of her. Thank you, Traveller. Thank you so much. Oh, it's getting quite exciting now. How are we all doing? Oh my god. See, I was kind of wondering how this book read would end up when it starts to get to the more tense parts of the book. People should have saved those subscriptions yesterday for maybe something like today, because that has that stack yesterday would have done it. Antoine Teg, you paid for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. I like that. That's great. Welcome to the stream, 91. How are you doing? Nerd. Hello, Crimson. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Ah. Oh, no backpack space. Lovely. All good, all good. Just lurking around. Absolutely welcome to do so. We're reading books today and playing jingles as well. They were so good. Not real jingles, but well, they are real jingles. What am I saying? Here we go. There we go. I think the 5-minute cooldown is up. I don't know if anybody has. Wants to put people out of their misery. Okay. It sure is. I didn't know I had gripped yourself as well, Traveller. Sitting on a bunch of turnips. There we go. Well, there's not just the page you can spend it on. There's there's a jingle now as well, a groovy one. But here we go. Yeah, keep reading. Okay. I'll delay no longer. Oh, Traveller, I loved it. Don't worry. Don't even kid. I loved it. Winston stood dead still. No one had hit him yet. Thoughts which came of their own accord but seemed totally uninteresting began to flit through his mind. He wondered whether they had got Mr. Charrington. He wondered what they had done to the woman in the yard. He noticed that he badly wanted to urinate and felt a faint surprise because he had done so only 2 or 3 hours ago. He noticed that the clock on the mantelpiece said 9, meaning 21. But the light seemed too strong. Would not the light be fading at 21 hours on an August evening? He wondered whether after all he and Julia had mistaken the time, had slept the clock round and thought it was 20:30 when really it was not 8:30 on the following morning. But he did not pursue the thought further. It was not interesting. There was another, lighter step in the passage. Mr. Charrington came into the room. The demeanour of the black uniformed men suddenly became more subdued. Something had also changed in Mr. Charrington's appearance. His eye fell on the fragments of the glass paperweight. "Pick up those pieces," he said sharply. A man stooped to obey. The Cockney accent had disappeared. Winston suddenly realized whose voice it was that he had heard a few moments ago on the telescreen. Mr. Charrington was still wearing his old velvet jacket, but his hair, which had been almost white, had turned black. Also, he was not wearing his spectacles. He gave Winston a single sharp glance, as though verifying his identity, and then paid no more attention to him. He was still recognizable, but he was not the same person any longer. His body had straightened, and seemed to have grown bigger. His face had undergone only tiny changes that had nevertheless worked a complete transformation. The black eyebrows were less bushy, the wrinkles were gone. The whole lines of the face seemed to have altered. Even the nose seemed shorter. It was the alert, cold face of a man of about 35. It occurred to Winston for the first time in his life he was looking, with knowledge, at a member of the Thought Police. Okay. Books are for nerds. So, 1984, Part 3, Chapter 1. He did not know where he was. Presumably, he was in the Ministry of Love, but there was no way of making certain. He was in a high-ceilinged, windowless cell with walls of glittering white porcelain. Concealed lamps flooded it with cold light, and there was a low, steady humming sound which he supposed had something to do with the air supply. A bench or shelf was just wide enough to sit on, ran around the wall, broken only by the door, and, at the end, opposite the door, a lavatory pan with no wooden seat. There were 4 telescreens, one in each wall. There was a dull aching in his belly. It had been there ever since they had bundled him into the closed van and driven him away. But he was also hungry, with a gnawing, unwholesome kind of hunger. It might be 24 hours since he had last eaten. It might be 36. He still did not know, probably never would know, whether it had been morning or evening when they arrested him. Since he was arrested, he had not been fed. He sat as still as he could on the narrow bench, with his hands crossed on his knee. He had already learned to sit still. If you made unexpected movements, they yelled at you from the telescreen. But the cravings for food was growing upon him. What he longed for above all was a piece of bread. He had an idea that there were a few breadcrumbs in the pocket of his overalls. It was even possible, he thought this because from time to time something seemed to tickle his leg, that there might be a sizable bit of crust there. In the end, the temptation to find out overcame his fear. He slipped a hand into his pocket. "Smith!" yelled a voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W. Hands out of your pockets in the cells. Thank you, Traveller. Thank you very much. Here we go. Now the book's ramping up. I can see what people meant where they said it's about to get good. Oh, Crimson's in on it as well. Okay. Let me fill this inventory load and drop it off, and then we'll continue. Just to make it a little bit easier. Okay. There we go. So, lovely. Okay, here we go. He sat still again, his hands crossed on his knee. Before being brought here, he had been taken to another place which must have been an ordinary prison or a temporary lockup used by the patrols. He did not know how long he had been there. Some hours at any rate. With no clocks and no daylight, it was hard to gauge the time. It was a noisy, evil-smelling place. They had put him into a cell similar to the one he was now in, but filthily dirty and at all times crowded by 10 or 15 people. The majority of them were common criminals, but there were a few political prisoners among them. He had sat silent against the wall, jostled by dirty bodies, too preoccupied by fear and the pain in his belly to take much interest in his surroundings. But still noticing the astonishing difference in demeanour between the party prisoners and the others. The party prisoners were always silent and terrified, but the ordinary criminals seemed to care nothing for anybody. They yelled insults at the guards, fought back fiercely when their belongings were impounded, wrote obscene words on the floor, ate smuggled food which they produced from mysterious hiding places in their clothes, and even shouted down the telescreen when it tried to restore order. On the other hand, some of them seemed to be on good terms with the guards, called them by nicknames and tried to wheedle cigarettes through the spy hole in the door. The guards, too, treated the common criminals with a certain forbearance, even when they had to handle them roughly. There was much talk about the forced labour camps in which most of the prisoners expected to be sent. It was all right in the camps, he gathered, so long as you had good contacts and knew the ropes. There was bribery, favoritism, and racketeering of every kind. There was homosexuality and prostitution. There was even illicit alcohol distilled from potatoes. The position of trust were given only to the common criminals, especially the gangsters and the murderers, who formed a sort of aristocracy. All the dirty jobs were done by the politicals. There was a constant come and go of prisoners, of every description. Drug peddlers, thieves, bandits, black marketeers, drunks, prostitutes. Some of the drunks were so violent that the other prisoners had to combine to suppress them. An enormous wreck of a woman aged about 60 with great tumbling breasts and thick coils of white hair which had come down in her struggles was carried in, kicking and shouting by 4 guards who had the hold of her, one at each corner. They wrenched off the boots with which she had been trying to kick them and dumped her across Winston's lap, almost breaking his thigh bones. The woman hoisted herself upright and followed them out with a yell of "Fucking bastards!" Then, noticing that she was sitting on something uneven, she slid off Winston's knees onto the bench. "Beg pardon, dearie," she said. "I wouldn't have sat on you, only the buggers put me there. They don't know how to treat a lady, do they?" She paused, patted her breast, and belched. "Pardon," she said. "I ain't myself quite." She leant forward and vomited copiously on the floor. Sea Potato, welcome. How are you doing? And clearly counterfeit coupon for 100 pages with questionably translated writing. Alcohol distilled from what? Potatoes. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Oh. What, Brighter Shore homies? Join the stormy beach. Boom, boom, boom. No, you're a potato. Baka. You'll never see them making alcohol out of turnips, sea potato. I'm sorry, but for the good of sanity. Here we go. But I'm fishing because it would actually be nice to get that venture unlocked, and I really don't want to do alchemy. I just don't want to lose that kind of money. I've been saving a lot of these fish. I kind of wonder though if I should perhaps sell them, because we've stored quite a bit. Because even when player-to-player trading comes in, people really want lots of placid bass. It could help with some of the cooking bounties, though, I suppose. It's always... The level 35 healing potion turns profit. Yes! I was considering that, but they're not very AFK for reading, are they? And I suppose neither is the fishing, but it doesn't matter if I misclick on the fishing or anything like that. Sea Potato's got us a page. I'll empty the inventory and I will read that page. Sea Potato, thank you very much. Nobody wants to spend 300 turnips on a jingle? Man, I worked so hard to get it to work. Nobody wants Pineapple Groove. I'm sorry, Losaline, I tried my best. For how long? Was it like an hour? Hey! Yeah, that was the groove. The groove doesn't really have much of a timer, no. Since you asked nicely. Thank you, Crimson. It was beautiful. I loved it. I'll see if Graggle doesn't mind me maybe using a couple of their ones as well. Can even get it to randomize, so we won't know which one we're getting. That would be quite fun. Too. If you're out of pages, there's 2 Tannery tunes in the Tannery Discord. Oh, is there? And Graggle won't mind. I know they won't, but I just like to ask. I don't want to be using things that people are actually making and then I just throw it on here. Yeah, I know, but still. I didn't make it with Udio. I'm just too polite, Losaline. What can I say? But it'll definitely be the one with the... Book your tours now. Book your tours now. Book your tours now. Making AI destruction of creators. Yeah, which is kind of why I'm slow on my emotes and stuff like that. I'm actually drawing them myself. Like, I can draw, so like the turnips that you're spending for the book reading, I did draw that. Like, it's done from my own hand. I'm trying not to use AI to do it for reasons I don't know why. Like, AI is going to make its progress and things are going to head in that direction. I'm not against technology per se, but I kind of like the human element when it comes to creativity, you know. And Graggle said they wrote the song for their one, so it wasn't completely AI. They at least wrote it. But we have a page, and I have already started fishing, so before people actually fall off the edge of their seats, we'll find out what's happening to Winston after this burly woman has just vomited on the floor. "That's better," she said, leaning back with closed eyes. "Never keep it down, that's what I say. Keep it up whilst it's fresh on your stomach like." She revived, turned to have another look at Winston, and seemed immediately to take a fancy to him. She put a vast arm round his shoulder and drew him towards her, breathing beer and vomit into his face. "What's your name, dearie?" she said. "Smith," said Winston. "Smith?" said the woman. "That's funny. My name's Smith too. Why," she added sentimentally, "I might be your mother." She might, thought Winston, be his mother. She was about the right age and physique, and it was probable that people changed somewhat after 20 years in a forced labour camp. No one else had spoken to him, to a surprising extent, and the ordinary criminals ignored party prisoners. The Polits, they called them, with a sort of uninterested contempt. The party prisoners seemed terrified of speaking to anybody, and above all of speaking to one another. Only once, when two party members, both women, were pressed close together on the bench, he overheard amid the din of voices a few hurriedly whispered words, and in particular a reference to something called Room 101, which he did not understand. It might be 2 or 3 hours ago that they had brought him here. The dull pain in his belly never went away, but sometimes it grew better, and then sometimes worse, and his thoughts expanded or contracted accordingly. When it grew worse, he thought only of the pain itself, and of his desire for food. When it grew better, panic took hold of him. There were moments when he foresaw the things that would happen to him with such actuality that his heart galloped and his breath stopped. He felt the smash of truncheons on his elbows and iron-shod boots on his shins. He saw himself grovelling on the floor, screaming for mercy through broken teeth. He hardly thought of Julia. He could not fix his mind on her. He loved her, and would not betray her, but that was only a fact, known as he knew the rules of arithmetic. He felt no love for her, and he hardly even wondered what happened to her. He thought oftener of O'Brien, with a flickering hope. O'Brien might know that he had been arrested. The Brotherhood, he had said, never tried to save its members. But there was the razor blade. They would send the razor blade if they could. There would be perhaps 5 seconds before the guard could rush into the cell. The blade would bite into him with a sort of burning coldness, and even the fingers that held it would be cut to be bone. Everything came back to his sick body, which shrank trembling from the smallest pain. He was not certain that he would use the razor blade even if he got the chance. It was more of natural to exist from moment to moment, accepting another 10 minutes' life, even with the certainty that there was torture at the end of it. Sometimes he tried to calculate the number of porcelain bricks in the walls of the cells. It should have been easy, but he always lost count at some point or another. More often he wondered where he was and what time of day it was. At one moment he felt certain that it was broad daylight outside, and at the next equally certain that it was pitch darkness. In this place, he knew instinctively the lights would never be turned out. It was a place with no darkness. He saw now why O'Brien had seemed to recognize the illusion. In the Ministry of Love, there were no windows. His cell might be at the heart of the building, or against its outer wall. It might be 10 floors below ground, or 30 above it. He moved himself mentally from place to place, and tried to determine by feeling of his body whether he was perched high in the air, or buried deep underground. There was a sound of marching boots outside. The steel door opened with a clang. A young officer, a trim black uniformed figure who seemed to glitter all over with polished leather, and whose pale, straight-featured face was like a wax mask, stepped smartly through the doorway. He motioned to the guards outside to bring in the prisoner they were leading. The poet, Ampleforth, shambled into the cell. The door clanged shut again. Thank you, Sea Potato. Lovely. Ah. Ding ding. Oh, where am I? How are we doing? Oh, are you kidding me? 1 rank short of top 3400. Man. Game's keeping me down. I see you got past the oh shiz part. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And the page stopped right in the middle of it. People had to wait for another page claim for it to go through. Behave yourself. Thank you. Marvelous. There we go. Traveler with another page. Oh my goodness. It's popular today again. Well, it's never not been popular, has it? It's been keeping us going for a while. Do you still have hope for a happy ending? The person whom I am, Sea Potato, yes, does. I still have hopes in my mind that maybe he does get the razor blade. Maybe he does figure out a way to escape. The big burly woman that he's with, maybe he escapes because she's the muscle and he's the brains or something like that. I have 1,000 different ways in which I think Winston can come out of this positively. I still think the book is a tragedy, though. Personally, I hope for a happy ending, but I feel that it is still a tragedy. It's weird. I'm sort of in a emotional dichotomy over this book, which I guess it might be part of its intent when it was being written. Razor blade would be a happy ending. Well, the way he's describing the razor blade is that he would try to fight his way out with it. You know, you take one down with the razor blade, then you have their equipment, then you have more to work with. When you're in a situation of limited resource, you use that limited resource to gain greater resource. Certainly the Scottish way. You've got a rock, they've got a sword. Well, you only have to kill one of them, and then you've got a sword as well. That's how that's how we were raised to think. Thought it was for Sudoku. Or seppuku? I don't know if you could use a razor to do a small arithmetic puzzle. Seppuku. Although you could scratch your little... Was I the only person who never got into Sudoku? I remember everybody was playing Sudoku. Right, I better read Traveler's page before I end up having to... Oh, it was an obscure meme. It was an obscure meme and I'm out of touch. Okay, here we go. Ampleforth was brought in and the door was shut again. Ampleforth made one or two uncertain movements from side to side, as though having some idea that there was another door to go out of, and then began to wander up and down the cell. He had not yet noticed Winston's presence. His troubled eyes were gazing at the wall about a meter above the level of Winston's head. He was shoeless, large, dirty toes were sticking out of the holes in his socks. He was also several days away from a shave. A scrubby beard covered his face to the cheekbones, giving him an air of ruffianism that went oddly with his large, weak frame and nervous movements. Winston roused himself a little from his lethargy. He must speak to Ampleforth, and risk the yell of the telescreen. It was even conceivable that Ampleforth was the bearer of the razor blade. Ampleforth? He said. There was no yell from the telescreen. Ampleforth paused, mildly startled. His eyes focused themselves slowly on Winston. "Ah, Smith," he said. "You too?" "What are you in for?" asked Winston. "To tell you the truth." Ampleforth sat down awkwardly on the bench opposite Winston. "There is only one offence, is there not?" he said. "And have you committed it?" asked Winston. "Apparently I have." He put a hand to his forehead and pressed his temples for a moment, as though trying to remember something. "These things happen," he began vaguely. "I have been able to recall one instance, a possible instance. It was an indiscretion, undoubtedly. We were producing a definitive edition of the poems of Kipling. I allowed the word God to remain at the end of a line. I could not help it." Ampleforth added almost indignantly, raising his face to look at Winston. "It was impossible to change the line. The rhyme was rod. Do you realize there are only 12 rhymes to rod in the entire language? For days I had racked my brains. There was no other rhyme." The expression on his face changed. The annoyance passed out of it, and for a moment he looked almost pleased. A sort of intellectual warmth. The joy of the pedant who had found out some useless fact shone through the dirt and scrubby hair. "Has it ever occurred to you," Ampleforth said, "that the whole history of English poetry has been determined by the fact that the English language lacks rhymes?" No, that particular thought had never occurred to Winston, nor in the circumstances did it strike him as important or interesting. "Do you know what time of day it is?" he said. Ampleforth looked startled again. "I'd hardly thought about it. They arrested me. It could be 2 days ago, perhaps 3. Ampleforth's eyes flitted around the walls, as though he half expected to find a window somewhere. There is no difference between night and day in this place. I do not see how anyone can calculate the time. They talked desultorily for some minutes. Then, without apparent reason, a yell from the telescreen bade them be silent. Winston sat quietly, his hands crossed. Ampleforth, too. He was large, and too large to sit in comfort on the narrow bench, fidgeted from side to side, clasped his lank hands, first around one knee, then round the other. The telescreen barked at him to keep still. Time passed, 20 minutes, an hour. It was difficult to judge. Once more there was a sound of boots outside. Winston's entrails contracted. Soon, very soon, perhaps in 5 minutes, perhaps now, the tramp of boots would mean that his own turn had come. Yeah, Sudoku equals seppuku. I have no idea what I'm going to do with all this fish now. Traveling with another page. My goodness. I actually just quickly want to check. No, it doesn't say. I was wondering if Twitch recorded the... Because it records like which emotes are used the most and stuff like that. I was wondering if it tracked how much a reward was used. Because I'd be curious. I don't think it keeps that figure. Or I can't find it. Okay. Here we go. Comfy, comfy. Pardon me. There we go. The door opened. The cold-faced young officer stepped into the cell. With a brief movement of the hand, he indicated Ampleforth. Room 101, he said. Ampleforth marched clumsily out between the guards, his face vaguely perturbed but uncomprehending. What seemed like a long time passed. The pain in Winston's belly had revived. His mind sagged round and round on the same trick, like a ball falling again and again into the same series of slots. He had only 6 thoughts. The pain in his belly, a piece of bread, the blood and the screaming, O'Brien, Julia, the razor blade. There was another spasm in his entrails. The heavy boots were approaching. As the door opened, the wave of air that it created brought in a powerful smell of cold sweat. Parson walked into the cell. He was wearing khaki shorts and a sports shirt. This time, Winston was startled into self-forgetfulness. "You? Here?" he said. Parsons gave Winston a glance in which there was neither interest nor surprise, but only misery. He began walking jerkily up and down, evidently unable to keep still. Each time he straightened his pudgy knees, it was apparent that they were trembling. His eyes had a wide-open, staring look as though he could not prevent himself from gazing at something in the middle distance. "What are you in for?" said Winston. "Thought crime," said Parsons, almost blubbering. The tone of his voice implied at once a complete admission of his guilt, and a sort of incredulous horror that such a word could be applied to himself. He paused opposite Winston and began eagerly appealing to him. "You don't think they'll shoot me, do you, old chap? They don't shoot you if you haven't actually done anything." Only thoughts, which you can't help? I know they forgive you in a fair hearing. Oh, I trust them for that. They'll know my record, won't they? You know, that kind of chap I was. Not a bad chap in my way. Not brainy, of course, but keen. I tried to do my best for the party, didn't I? I'll get off with 5 years, don't you think? Or 10? A chap like me would himself pretty useful in a labour camp. They would shoot me for going off the trails just once. Are you guilty? Said Winston. Of course I'm guilty, cried Parsons, with a servile glance to the telescreen. You don't think the party would arrest an innocent man, do you? His frog-like face grew calmer, and even took on a slightly sanctimonious expression. Thought crime is a dreadful thing, old man, he said sententiously. It's insidious. I can get hold of you without your even knowing it. Do you know how to get hold of me? In my sleep? Yes, that's a fact. There I was, working away, trying to do my bit. Never knew I had any bad stuff in my mind at all. And then I started talking in my sleep. Do you know what they heard me saying? He sank his voice, like someone who is obliged for medical reasons to utter an obscenity. Down with Big Brother. Yes, I said that. Said it over and over again, it seems. Between you and me, old man, I'm glad they got me before it went any further. Do you know what I'm going to say to them when I go up before the tribunal? Thank you. I'm going to say thank you for saving me before it was too late. Who denounced you? Said Winston. It was my little daughter, said Parsons with a sort of doleful pride. She listened at the keyhole, heard what I was saying, and nipped off to the patrols the very next day. Pretty smart of a nipper of 7, eh? I don't bear her any grudge for it. In fact, I'm proud of her. It shows I brought her up in the right spirit. Anyway. He made a few more jerky movements up and down, several times casting a longing glance at the lavatory pan. Then he suddenly ripped down his shorts. A great way to end a page. Thank you very much, traveller. How are we doing? Oh no, wild hunts. You need crates. I have done that. I feel that pain. Traveller, be right back. Gotta throw some wood on the fire. Oh, you're genuinely getting cozy. We had our fire going on downstairs as well. I had some pictures of Wash on my Discord enjoying the fire too. After I put some up on Kells' one as well a wee while back. Pardon me. I think what I'll do, if I get Graggle's song, the one that actually asks you to buy the tickets, I might put that. I'll probably name that one Turnip 10. So you can claim your coupon. Oh, backpack space. I am. Here we go. Lovely. 659. Boo-doo-boo. Okay. There, just ask Scraggle now. I have to be polite. I have to ask. Oh, they're offline. I didn't realize that. Oh. More fish. Do-do-do. Yay! Fuchsia! Excellent. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. Boom, boom. Oh my goodness. Two more. There we go. Another inventory full. Marvelous. Lots of fish. Pick a number, 1 to 3. I like a good even number, so we'll go with 2. Go with 2. What's my prize? Oh. Legacy craft it is. Legacy craft? Is that something you're going into? Is that something you're... Oh, it's, you're making a decision for yourself. Oh, Discord. Oh, there's new ones. Okay. Traveller, thank you for the page. I will remember to read it, but we've got some new songs. I didn't... It's because that Discord page is still open. What's the line? I didn't see it. Give me a little note. Here we go. Legacy of Craft. Prepare your butts. Oh! Oh, it's 2 minutes. It's a full song. You're kidding. Hold on. Let me turn off the music a moment from the game. Here we go. Here we go.
Welcome to town where tales are spun. Tannery's here and we're the one. Crafting dreams with every thread. In our hands old legends are fed. Tannery leads, we carve the way. Turning hide as the day with a spirit free and strong. Tannery's where we all belong.
Who needs Spotify? This is
From
great.
dawn's light to evening skies,
Tannery propaganda.
our craft's magic
Tannery Big
never
Brother.
dies. While others talk, we create. Tannery's forever great. Tannery's fate forever great. Tannery leaves, we carve the way. Turning high as the day. With
Thank
a
you,
spirit
Trusty.
free and strong. Tannery's where we all belong. Amidst the noise we find our tune.
Toasty.
Leather wonders beneath the moon.
Leather wonders beneath the moon. What?
In the tannery's groove. Tannery leads, we carve the way. Turning hides bright as the day. With a spirit free and strong. Tannery's where we all belong.
1700 turnips. Ooh. Brilliant. Line, brilliant. I will listen to the other two songs as well, but I'll get Traveler's Page through first, because that's only fair. That's only fair. We can't leave it with Parsons hovering about the cell with their pants down. And just leave it at that. Pick another whenever. We'll get it as soon as the page is over. We'll have a look. Have a look. See. Have a look. See. Excuse me, old man, Parsons said. I can't help it. It's the waiting. He plumped his large posterior into the lavatory pan. Winston covered his face with his hands. Smith, yelled the voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W. Uncover your face. No faces covered in the cells. Winston uncovered his face. Parsons used the lavatory loudly and abundantly. It then turned out that the plug was defective and the cell stank abominably for hours afterwards. Parsons was removed. More prisoners came and went. Mysteriously, one, a woman, was consigned to room 101, and Winston noticed seemed to shrivel and turn a different colour when she heard the words. The time came when, if it had been morning, when he was brought here. It would be afternoon, or if it had been afternoon, then it would be midnight. There were 6 prisoners in the cell, men and women. All sat very still. Opposite Winston there sat a man with a chinless, toothy face, exactly like that of some large, harmless rodent. His fat, mottled cheeks were so pouched at the bottom that it was difficult not to believe that he had little stores of food tucked away there. His pale grey eyes flitted timorously from face to face and turned quickly away again when he caught anyone's eye. The door opened, and another prisoner was brought in, whose appearance sent a momentary chill through Winston. He was a commonplace, mean-looking man who might have been an engineer or technician of some kind. But what was startling was the emaciation of his face. It was like a skull. Because of its thinness, the mouth and eyes looked disproportionately large, and the eyes seemed filled with a murderous, unappeasable hatred of somebody or something. The man sat down on the bench at a little distance from Winston. Winston did not look at him again, but the tormented, skull-like face was as vivid in his mind as though it had been straight in front of his eyes. Suddenly he realized what was the matter. The man was dying of starvation. Oh my goodness, I've lost it. Sorry. He was dying of starvation. The same thought seemed to occur almost simultaneously to everyone in the cell. There was a very faint stirring all the way round the bench. The eyes of the chinless man kept flitting towards the skull-faced man, then turning guiltily away, then being dragged back by an irresistible attraction. Presently he began to fidget on his seat. At last he stood up, waddled clumsily across the cell, dug down into the pocket of his overalls, and, with an abashed air, held out a grimy piece of bread to the skull-faced man. There was a furious, deafening roar from the telescreen. The chinless man jumped in his tracks. The skull-faced man had quickly thrust his hands behind his back, as though demonstrating to all the world that he refused the gift. "Bumstead," roared the voice. 2713 Bumstead J. Let fall that piece of bread. The chinless man dropped the piece of bread on the floor. "Remain standing where you are," said the voice. "Face the door. Make no movement." The chinless man obeyed. His large pouchy cheeks were quivering uncontrollably. The door clanged open. As the young officer entered and stepped aside, there emerged from behind him a short, stumpy guard with enormous arms and shoulders. He took his stand opposite the chinless man, and then, at a signal from the officer, let free a frightful blow, with all the weight of his body behind it, full in the chinless man's mouth. The force of it seemed to almost knock him clear off the floor. His body was flung across the cell and fetched up against the base of the lavatory seat. For a moment he lay as though stunned, with dark blood oozing from his mouth and nose. A very faint whimpering or squeaking, which seemed unconscious, came out of him. Then he rolled over and raised himself unsteadily on his hands and knees. Amid a stream of blood and saliva, the two halves of a dental plate fell out of his mouth. The prisoners sat very still. Their hands crossed on their knees, the chinless man climbed back into his place. Down one side of his face the flesh was darkening. His mouth had swollen into a shapeless cherry-coloured mass with a black hole in the middle of it. From time to time, a little blood dripped on the breast of his overalls. His grey eyes still flitted from face to face, more guiltily than ever, as though he were trying to discover how much the others despised him for his humiliation. The door opened. With a small gesture, the officer indicated the skull-faced man. "Room 101, he said. Turnip, could you explain what happened in short? Because I think we've reached a point where I can ask about my favourite part in the book. Winston and Julia were caught and taken away. He will never see Julia again, as far as it writes, and he is in a cell, which he believes is in the Ministry of Love, but has no way of knowing. Okay, yes. Yes, that is where we are. Okay. Okay, guys. There's still 1 and 3 left. Pride of the Tannery or Crafted Dreams. What would people like to hear? So, 1 is Pride of the Tannery, 3 is Crafted Dreams. We've got more songs. Do you remember that part when Winston and Julia were in that room before being caught, and he looked outside and saw the singing woman? Yes, he calls her beautiful. I do remember. That was the highlight of the book for me. Okay. That one little moment. Beautiful little moment. It was kind of peaceful. That was like the first kind of peaceful moment in the book. You kind of actually forget a little bit. Although I was very suspicious of the time of day when Julia comments about the oil lamp. And they've got that 12-hour clock, which they always found funny. So I'd already had my suspicions that something was going to go wrong. 3 is unexpected, 1 is country-ish. Ooh, might want to save unexpected till last then, shall we? Okay, we'll try Pride of the Tannery first. Some accounted for time has passed. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Traveller. I was already being suspicious, or becoming suspicious in that moment. What do you think will happen in the book going forward? Somebody asked me this yesterday. Like I said earlier that I'm still hopeful. Naturally, just who I am is still hopeful that it turns out okay. But my suspicions yesterday is that there is no Goldstein, there is no Big Brother. They're either one and the same person or neither of them exist at all. And the idea of the Underground or the Brotherhood or whatever it might be is just another cog in the machine to keep it working. People need to believe that there is such a thing to keep on going as well. That's my suspicion. So the book will still end in a tragedy, and Winston will discover that there was no Goldstein. There is no Big Brother, which he's pretty sure of as well. There's none of it. So I think the book's going to end in a tragedy that perpetuates to the next generation of people who might end up living through it. Oh, another page claimed. Okay, well, I've got to drop off some fish. So we'll play Pride of the Tannery whilst we do that. Here we go.
Welcome to the tannery, the pride of the town. Yeah.
I said that was country-ish?
And we wear the crown. We're the heart of the trade, the soul of the shore. Step in our shop and you'll beg for more. Transforming hives, making them gleam. Stand back.
Watch us sew up the tree!
Tannery on top. We're the best around.
This
Turn
actually
heights
does sound
into
cultish.
art. Let the anthem sound. We're the friendliest crew. It's plain to see. Tannery forever. We own the spree. The kitchen gangs cooking
It's
up.
hellish.
It's true. But the greasy drama won't outshine our crew. While the burning glimmers shaping dreams. Tannery's the future, bursting at the seams, polishing pride, shining like a star.
Oh my god,
We're
this is
the
the
ones
worst.
raising
What's
the
the
bar.
line?
Tannery on top, we're the best around. Turn heights into art. Let the anthem sound.
This
With
is
the
the
friendliest crew. It's plain to
Absolutely
see.
horrible.
Tannery forever. We own the spree. While the ovens are smoking, our work is pristine. No mess, no stress, just leather supreme. So keep your beat. We'll tan it to the tannery when it's what we do. Tannery on top. We're the best around. Turning high. Let the anthem sound. We're the friendliest crew. It's plain to
Oh my god.
Tannery forever.
Oh.
We own the spree.
Oh, I love to hate it. Man, that is brilliant. I picture a cloaked woman in a dark corner of the tannery chanting this. Yeah. Cloaked in leather. Oh, I need to learn how to breathe again. That was incredible. Ah, tannery propaganda. My goodness. Did that surprise you as much as it surprised us when it created that Lussaline? Like, was that what you were aiming for when you were trying to get it to make it, or was this like a complete curveball that it spat out? Traveler, so my leatherworking level is 0. I think it's going to stay that way for a while, cause reasons. I don't know, like, I'm totally a tannery fan, Traveler, but I'm only 64, and I think when I went in, I was only level 20. I don't know how I got adopted into the tannery life so quickly, but here I am. And I do actually call it home when I go to Chronopolis, so tac-tep for life. Tannery is honestly a beautiful community, bunch of lovely idiots. I went for a rap, expected some Tupac, like or Lil Peep, not demonic rituals. Oh my goodness, Santorius, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Okay, I better actually write this down because we've got 3 pages saved. I like the groovy one. Hey up, dude. Sorry I missed your message in chat earlier. Wasn't ignoring you. Oh, it's okay, Ontorius. I thought you were just busy or something. But I found another British friend among the streamers as well. I hung out with them a little bit as well. So we're all good. We're all good. I just thought you might be busy. I think some people were chatting about Tarkov as well, so I left you to it. I just ended up lurking. That was all. But welcome. We're listening to we're reading 1984 still, but we're also listening to some songs. Do you like cultish songs, Ontorius? There's something brilliant was given to. Yeah, someone was DMing me about the drops for New Year's, so was distracted. Oh, right, okay. No, we're hyping up the tannery today and reading books. Chronopolis for life, even though I'm here in Hopeport fishing. I'm grinding for quests, but my heart is in Chronopolis. I shouldn't have done all Chronopolis quests first. This is what led me to this. But, yeah, we've almost got full inventory. We've got 3 pages to read. So, thank that. So, whilst we're waiting on it, we still have Crafted Dreams to listen to. Please, Lussaline, please tell me this is not like the last one. I guess... I genuinely, I don't think my mind could take it. I was actually starting to get a headache. I was laughing so hard. Okay, let's try Crafted Dreams. This is the one that should be country then, if we got it wrong or mixed up the other way around.
Welcome to the tannery, pride of town. Crafted leather, we wear the crown. In the heart where trades adore. Step inside, you'll beg for more. Tannery on top, we're best around. Turning hides and thumbs resound.
I feel dirty, I kind of like it. Yeah, some of it is quite good.
Tannery forever, we own the spring.
definitely better than the cultish one.
The kitchen gang's cooking up heat. Greasy drama can't compete. While they burn, we're shaping dreams. Tannery's future bursting seams.
Down with the kitchen.
Tannery on top, we're best around. Turning hides, anthems resound. Friendliest crew, plain to see. Tannery forever, we own the spree. Oven smoke, our work pristine. No mess, no stress, leather supreme. Keep your beef, we'll tan it new.
Mess, no
Tannery
stress.
wins, it's what we do. Tannery on top, we're best around. Turning hides, anthems resound. Friendliest crew, plain to see. Tannery forever, we own the spree.
Before I forget, sorry, Ontorius.
Tannery on tops unite from dawn to dusk.
And I will spell it
Shine so
correctly
bright.
this time,
Kitchen
hopefully.
gang stews in own mess.
Oh,
Tannery's
I
best.
spelt shout out wrong, but
Yes,
spelt your
we
name right. There we go.
confess.
Ontorius, not Ontorius. There we go. Shout out to Ontorius, guys. Actually been in their stream a couple of times and stuff. It's fun. It is good fun. Show them a bit of love, please. Okay, 4 pages. Thank you, Traveller. Thank you. Okay, we will start reading the book then. Forest is the best place, though. Are you sure you want to say that, Ontorius? Because I have a song that might change your mind. Check out this bad boy. Oh my god. I just...
Welcome to the tannery, the pride of the town. Yes. Where leather's crafted and we wear the crown. Where the heart of the trade, the soul of the shore. Step in our shop and you'll beg for more.
It doesn't actually get better, it gets worse another time
Making
round.
them gleam. Stand back.
Watch us sew up the tree!
Tannery on top. We're the best around. Turning hides into art. Let the anthem sound. Where the friendliest crew. It's plain to see.
Oh my
Tannery
goodness.
forever.
This is
We own
torture.
the
Like,
spree. The kitchen gang's picking up trouble, it's true. But the greasy drama won't outshine our crew. While the burning dinners, we're shaping dreams. Tannery's the future, bursting at the seams.
it is 91.
Polishing pride,
It's
shining
just-
like a star. We're the ones
I
raising
didn't
the
convince you,
bar.
Ontorius? Are you sure?
Tannery on top. We're the best around. Turn hides into art. Let the anthem sound. We're the friendliest crew. It's plain to see. Tannery
Friendliest crew.
forever. We own the spree. Ovens are smoking, our work is
Also getting off for the
pristine, no
night.
mess,
Catch you
no
later,
stress, just
folks.
clever
It's great to
supreme.
see you,
Keep your
Ontorius.
people tannic to the tannery win. It's what we do. Tannery on top. We're the best around. Turning hides into art. Let the
You know what makes it worse as well? Is it actually sounds like people really trying hard to make the song
Tannery
good.
forever.
Like, it sounds like these girls are giving it 100%. It's... That's enough of that. Okay. I thought maybe, you know, if I played it the second time around, I might warm up to it, but it's definitely worse. I might never play it again, and I don't think anyone will miss it. Oh boy. Oh, welcome, Raiders. I'm sorry what I put you through. But we will get back to our regular schedule before long. Oh my goodness. The more you listen to it, the more you like it. No! No, I don't. I'm not playing it again. I don't want to. It's horrifying, and it's actually harrowing. It makes me... I don't know, it makes me weep for the dead. It's... You ever had one of those moments where you're traveling in someone else's car and they're playing their music and it's nothing that anyone has ever heard? I don't know if anybody's had that experience. I have had that experience. And you can't escape because the car is trundling at several tens of miles an hour. But the temptation is still to perhaps leap out the car. Anybody ever had that moment? I was reliving that moment. Legacy of Craft and Crafted Dreams, they're good. Actually, Crafted Dreams was quite catchy. I'm with Traveller on that one. It's makes you feel dirty, but you kind of like that one. But the Cultish one, no. Absolutely not. Okay, we've nearly got another inventory, and we have 4 pages that we can catch up because of lovely Ontorius in the raid. That adds a page as well, so... who'd have thought of all the moments that I'd start playing music on my stream, that this would be it. This is what we'd end up with. I love what it's come up with, though. I love that you're trying to get it to do rap, and this was the best it could achieve. I don't know what examples of rap AI has been submitted to come up with that, but it's glorious. Twisty, thank you. 5 pages. We got 5 pages. Here we go. Okay, let's go for it. Let's not tarry any longer. Okay. So, we're still in the cell, and the chinless man was punched in the face by a guard. The door opened. With a small gesture, the officer indicated the skull-faced man. Room 101, he said. There was a gasp and a flurry at Winston's side. The man had actually flung himself on his knees on the floor, with his hands clasped together. "Comrade, officer," he cried, "you don't have to take me to that place. Haven't I told you everything already? What else is it you want to know? There's nothing I wouldn't confess. Nothing. Just tell me what it is and I'll confess straight off. Write it down and I'll sing it. Anything, not room 101. Room 101, said the officer. The man's face, already very pale, turned a colour Winston would not have believed possible. It was definitely, unmistakably, a shade of green. Do anything to me, he yelled. You've been starving me for weeks. Finish it off and let me die. Shoot me, hang me, sentence me to 25 years. Is there somebody else you want me to give away? Just say who it is and I'll tell you anything you want. I don't care who it is or what you do to them. I've got a wife and 3 children. The biggest of them isn't 6 years old. You can take the whole lot of them and cut their throats in front of my eyes. I'll stand by and watch it, but not room 101. Room 101, said the officer. The man looked frantically round at the other prisoners, as though with some idea that he could put another victim in his place. His eyes settled on the smashed face of the chinless man. He flung out a lean arm. That's the one you ought to be taking, not me, he shouted. You didn't hear what he was saying after they bashed his face. Give me a chance, I'll tell you every word. He's the one that's against the party, not me. The guards stepped forward. The man's voice rose to a shriek. You didn't hear him, he repeated. Something went wrong with the telescreen. He's the one you want. Take him, not me. The two sturdy guards had stooped to take him by the arms, but just at this moment he flung himself across the floor of the cell and grabbed one of the iron legs that supported the bench. He had set up a wordless howling like an animal. The guards took hold of him to wrench him loose, but he clung on with astonishing strength. For perhaps 20 seconds, they were hauling at him. The prisoners sat quiet, their hands crossed on their knees, looking straight in front of them. The howling stopped. The man had no breath left for anything except hanging on. Then there was a different kind of cry. A kick from a guard's boot had broken the fingers of one of his hands. They dragged him to his feet. Room 101, said the officer. The man was led out, walking unsteadily with head sunken, nursing his crushed hand. All the fight had gone out of him. A long time passed. It had been midnight when the skull-faced man was taken away. It was morning. If morning, it was afternoon. Winston was alone, and had been alone for hours. The pain of sitting on the narrow bench was such that often he got up and walked about, unreproved by the telescreens. The piece of bread still lay where the chinless man had dropped it. At the beginning, it needed a hard effort not to look at it, but presently hunger gave way to thirst. His mouth was sticky and evil tasting. The humming sound and unvarying white light induced a sort of faintness and empty feeling inside his head. He would get up, because the ache in his bones was no longer bearable, and then would sit down again almost at once, because he was too dizzy to make sure of staying on his feet. Whenever his physical sensations were a little under control, the terror returned. Sometimes with a fading hope he thought of O'Brien and the razor blade. It was thinkable that the razor blade might arrive concealed in his food, if he were ever fed. More dimly, he thought of Julia. Somewhere or other, she was suffering perhaps far worse than he. She might be screaming with pain at this moment. He thought, if I could save Julia by doubling my own pain, would I do it? Yes, I would. But what was merely an intellectual decision taken because he knew that he ought to take it, he did not feel it. In this place you could not feel anything except the pain and foreknowledge of the pain. Besides, was it possible, when you were actually suffering it, to wish for any reason that your own pain should increase? That question was not answerable yet. The boots were approaching again. The door opened. O'Brien came in. Winston started to his feet. The shock of the sight had driven all caution out of him. For the first time in many years, he forgot the presence of the telescreen. "They've got you too?" he cried. "They got me a long time ago," said O'Brien, with a mild, almost regretful irony. He stepped aside. From behind him there emerged a broad-chested guard with a long black truncheon in his hand. "You know this, Winston," said O'Brien. "Don't deceive yourself. You did know it. You have always known it." Yes, he saw now he had always known it. But there was no time to think of that. All he had eyes for was the truncheon in the guard's hand. It might fall anywhere, on the crown, on the tip of the ear, on the upper arm, on the elbow. The elbow. He had slumped to his knees, almost paralyzed, clasping the stricken elbow with the other hand. Everything had exploded into yellow light. Inconceivable. Inconceivable that one blow could cause such pain. The light cleared, and he could see the other two looking down at him. The guard was laughing at his contortions. One question, at any rate, was answered. Never, for any reason on earth, could you wish for an increase of pain. Of pain, you could wish only one thing, that it should stop. Nothing in the world was so bad as physical pain. In the face of pain, there are no heroes. No heroes, he thought over and over as he writhed on the floor, clutching uselessly at his disabled left arm. Okay. We've still got 2 more pages left, and we'll be going into part 3, chapter 2. Thank you for the pages, guys. Oh, 3 pages left. Sorry. Another one popped up. There we go. 3 pages left. Thank you. Can we please listen to the demonic ritual again, Turnip, sir? Oh my goodness. Lorraine, there's 3 pages in the bank right now. It's been steady going today. Well, I totally nodded off listening to you to read earlier. Oh, we've got a first. We've got a first. Someone slipped. There we go. It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. How are you doing, Olerin? Pardon me. Here we go. So I'll do this next round of fish. Do people really want to listen to the demonic ritual again? I'd have to poll that, Twisty, because I genuinely don't know how much of it I could take, and I really don't know how much anyone else could take. Morning coffee before a shower. Good morning. Good morning. I am sitting at just after 11 in the evening. So this is it's going to be a shorter stream today than it has been in the past. We've got Crimbly visits to do tomorrow and such. But Sea Potato, you vote yes. Oh my goodness. I'll actually poll this then. New poll. Do we want the cultish chant? Yes. No. There we go. Okay. There you go. I'll leave it up to you guys, and you can live with the burdens. I'm not making that call. No way. Lossy Lion thinks it gets better over time. I doubt that very, very much. Those who don't know what the cultish chant is, be afraid. Be very afraid. We started playing music on my channel, Olerin, but it won't be what you expect. Here we go. Well, if we've got 5 minutes for the poll, we're starting the fishing. We'll read some more of the pages. We've got 3 more pages for everyone, so here we go. 1984, Part 3, Chapter 2. Winston was lying on something that felt like a camp bed, except that it was higher off the ground and that he was fixed down in some way so that he could not move. Light that seemed stronger than usual was falling on his face. O'Brien was standing at his side, looking down at him intently. At the other side of him stood a man in a white coat, holding a hypodermic needle. Even after his eyes were open, he took in his surroundings, only gradually. He had the impression of swimming up into his room from some quiet, different world, a sort of underwater world far beneath it. How long he had been down there, he did not know. Since the moment when they arrested him, he had not seen darkness or daylight, and besides, his memory were not continuous. There had been times when consciousness, even the sort of consciousness that one has in sleep, had stopped dead and started again after a blank interval. But whether the intervals were of days or weeks or only seconds, there was no way of knowing. With that first blow on the elbow, the nightmare had started. Later, he was to realize that all that then happened was merely a preliminary, a routine interrogation to which nearly all prisoners were subjected. There was a long range of crimes, espionage, sabotage, and the like, to which everyone had to confess as a matter of course. The confession was a formality, though the torture was real. How many times he had been beaten, how long the beatings had continued, he could not remember. Always there were 5 or 6 men in black uniforms at him simultaneously. Sometimes it was fists, sometimes it was truncheons, sometimes it was steel rods, and sometimes it was boots. There were times when he rolled about the floor as shameless as an animal, writhing his body this way and that in an endless, hopeless effort to dodge the kicks, and simply inviting more and yet more kicks in his ribs, in his belly, on his elbows, on his shins, in his groin, his testicles, on the bone at the base of his spine. There were times when it went on until the cruel, wicked, unforgivable thing seemed to hit him, not that the guards continued to beat him, but that he could not force himself into losing consciousness. There were times when his nerve so forsook him that he began shouting for mercy even before the beating began, when the mere sight of a fist drawn back for a blow was enough to make him pour forth a confession of real and imaginary crimes. There were other times when he started out with the resolve of confessing nothing, when every word had to be forced out of him between gasps of pain. And there were times when he feebly tried to compromise, when he said to himself, "I will confess, but not yet. I must hold out until the pain becomes unbearable. 3 more kicks, 2 more kicks, and then I will tell them what they want." Sometimes he was beaten till he could hardly stand, then flung like a sack of potatoes onto the stone floor of a cell, left to recuperate for a few hours, and then taken out and beaten again. There were also longer periods of recovery. He remembered them dimly because they were spent chiefly in sleep or in stupor. He remembered a cell with a blank bed, a sort of shelf sticking out of the wall, and a tin wash basin, and meals of hot soup and bread and sometimes coffee. He remembered a surly barber, arriving to scrape his chin and crop his hair, and businesslike, unsympathetic men in white coats feeling his pulse, tapping his reflexes, turning up his eyelids, running harsh fingers over him in search for broken bones, and shooting needles into his arms to make him sleep. The beatings grew less frequent, and became mainly a threat, a horror to which he could be sent back at any moment, when his answers were unsatisfactory. His questioners now were not ruffians in black uniforms, but party intellectuals, little rotund men with quick movements and flashing spectacles, who worked on him in relays over periods, which lasted, he thought, he could not be sure, 10 or 12 hours at a stretch. These other questions saw to it that he was in constant slight pain, but it was not chiefly pain that they relished on. They slapped his face, wrung his ears, pulled his hair, made him stand on one leg, refused him to leave or urinate, shone glaring lights in his face until his eyes ran with water. But the aim of this was simply to humiliate him and destroy his power of arguing and reasoning. Their real weapon was the merciless questioning that went on, hour after hour, tripping him up, laying traps for him, twisting everything that he said, convicting him at every step of lies and self-contradiction until he began weeping, as much from the shame as from the nervous fatigue. Sometimes he would weep half a dozen times in a single session. Most of the time, they screamed abuse at him and threatened at every hesitation to deliver him over to the guards again. But sometimes, they would suddenly change their tune, call him comrade, appeal to him in the name of Ingsoc and Big Brother, and ask him sorrowfully whether even now he had not enough loyalty to the party left to make him wish to undo the evil that he had done. When his nerves were in rags, after hours of questioning, even this appeal could reduce him to snivelling tears. In the end, the nagging voices broke him down more completely than the boots and fists of the guards. He became simply a mouth that uttered, a hand that signed, whatever was demanded of him. His sole concern was to find out what they wanted him to confess, and then confess it quickly before the bullying started anew. He confessed to the assassination of eminent party members, the distribution of seditious pamphlets, embezzlement of public funds, sale of military secrets, sabotage of every kind. He confessed that he'd been a spy in the pay of the East Asian government as far back as 1968. He confessed that he was a religious believer, an admirer of capitalism, and a sexual pervert. He confessed that he had murdered his wife, although he knew, and his questionnaires must have known, that his wife was still alive. He confessed that for years he had been in personal touch with Goldstein and had been a member of an underground organization which had included almost every human being he had ever known. It was easier to confess everything and implicate everybody. Besides, in a sense, it was all true. It was true that he had been the enemy of the party, and in the eyes of the party, there was no distinction between the thoughts and the deed. Naroda, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Sorry if I was in mid-flow there. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hold on. How are you doing? How was your stream? Or N1 Rhoda, sorry. Ah, man. How did I do that wrong? It's /shoutout, isn't it? Oops. Sorry. I am rubbish at this. Not even going to pretend I know what I'm doing. There we go. Twisty, another page. That's quite good. That brings it back up to 2. Oh no, we got a raid again. That's 3. That's another one. And I need to check the results of the poll as well. Okay. Oh, they went to bed. That's fair. That's fair. They're on the same time scale as me. But give them a lovely shout out. There we go. What poll? Wait, no. I want to vote too. It was to see if people wanted to hear the cultist chant again. Few results. Yes. Oh, fudge. We don't need a revo. Are you sure? There's more people now. Okay, then before... Well, on your head be it. Before those 3 pages then, you can have the song. Here we go. For those who love the tannery. I mean, I love the tannery as well, but prepare your butts. You tell me if this is getting better with each time.
Welcome to the tannery, the pride of the town. Yeah. Where leather's crafted and we wear
no,
the crown.
lost the line.
With
It gets
heart
worse.
Of the trade,
It's not getting
the
better.
soul of the shore. Step in our shop and you'll beg for more. Transforming hides, making them gleam. Stand back.
Watch us sew up the shoes.
Tannery on top.
I forgot they
turning
screamed that
heights
out.
into art.
Ah,
Let the anthem sound where the friendliest crew. It's
what's the
plain
line?
to
This is...
see.
It's so
Tannery
awful.
forever. We
is
own the
so-
spree. The kitchen gang's cooking up trouble. It's true. But the greasy drama won't outshine our crew.
It's so bad,
While
it's
the
good.
burning
No!
dinners wear
No,
shades
Traveller.
clean.
It's
Tannery's
not
the
even that.
future,
You guys are
bursting
insane.
polishing pride, shining like a star.
Hard at work. Thank you for
We're
the
the
follow.
ones raised in
That's
the
another page. We've got
bar.
4 pages, guys.
Tannery
Thank you,
on
Hard at
top.
Work. Welcome to the
We're
Turnip
the best
Field.
around, turn heights into art.
Welcome to the cult,
Let
it
the anthem
seems.
sound with the friendliest crew. It's plain to see. Tannery forever. We own the spree.
Oh, thank...
While the
Oh, no,
ovens are
I
smoking,
thought it
our
was
work is
finished. I
pristine,
was
no
getting
mess,
really
no stress,
happy
just
there.
love supreme. So keep your beef, we'll tan it to the tannery win. It's what we do! Tannery on top. We're the best around, turning heights into art. Let the anthem sound, we're the friendliest crew. It's plain to see. Tannery
I want to
forever.
swap with Winston.
We own the spree.
Thank you for that, guys. You know when you wish something was never made? Turning Hyde into... I mean, the lyrics are in a lot of the other songs as well. We can enjoy the lyrics. Nobody wanted to replay the country folk one, though, did they? Man, it doesn't get better. And no, Traveller, it's not one of those. It's so bad, it's good. You guys are insane. I actually find it terrifying. I mean, I love hating it. If I had to put a positive, they say hate is close to love. So, if you had to choose Hitler or the cult song, which do you want to remove from history? I'm scared to answer that question. That question is a trap. Oh, brilliant! Lost the line. I'm sure it will be a song that lasts the ages. For what purpose, I've yet to determine, other than to upset me. Traveller, I've got pains in my jaw and the back of my head. Like, honestly, I've not laughed so hard in so long. This was the original. I might actually have to go back and see myself. I actually hate watching my videos back. I was talking about that again today, but I actually want to see my own reaction first time round. Oh, another book page. Okay, back up to 5. You guys are actually managing to stack pages here. A whole subscribers amount. My goodness. Excellent. Thank you very much. So we're almost at another inventory full, so. Yeah, I'm in pain. I'm in lots of pain. It hurts to laugh, but I like laughing. It's like perpetual torture. If only there was some way we could get it to play in other people's streams. It would be fantastic. We'll just have to wait for collaborations, although they'll probably leave quickly and never collab with me again. It's I'll double check how many unfollows I've gotten in the cultish chant time. Oh, none. Oh, okay. At least there's that. It didn't make people leave. Okay. Let's get back to the book reading quickly. You should definitely make a short with funny moments for the YouTubes. I do. I have a YouTube page where I put shorts and stuff on. If people clip things, I usually put them up on there. So yeah, I pop things up there. It tends to be when people clip things though, because I wouldn't know what to go back to myself to do it. So the only clip I've not put up is Ryan's cape, because I told them that I'd probably let them have it or something like that. I'd send it to them, but I haven't spoken to Ryan since. But yeah, if you have moments that you enjoy, I do have a YouTube channel that I pop it up on. So, and I think the clip actually of, I think it might have been yourself, Lossu Lion, when Ryan's cape clip ends, the final frame on it has somebody shouting in caps, "Hot tour." And it's the final frame of that clip. It's my favorite part of it. I've actually watched the clip a couple of times just for that moment. Yeah. Okay. Back to 1984. We have 5 pages that we can be getting through. So, here we go. Oh, right. Okay.
Pineapple tours start, the dance in the air. Hop, step, jump, it's a lively affair. Green apples, oh what a sight. Tap, tap, watching the disco lights. Pineapple groove, let's move and glide. Party all night.
This was my fault. Okay. I do like the groovy tunes.
Dance to the beat so alive. Hop, step, jump, feel the thrill, let it drive.
It didn't occur to me that people might actually play that when I was about to read. Thank you, Twisty. Might actually have to put a timer on Pineapple Groove as well. Oh, guys, I'm in pain. Please. I can't laugh anymore. Oh, genuinely. It's actually starting to hurt my ribs. It's like I'm finding it difficult to get comfortable in the chair. Beautiful. Thank you. Well timed as well. I was just about to read. I was right on the cusp of reading there. Okay. So, Winston is being tortured. Much like me, it would seem. Oh, 6 pages. 6 pages. Okay. There we go. Thank you, Travelab. Thank you. There were also memories of another kind. They stood out in his mind disconnectedly, like pictures with blackness all around them. He was in a cell which might have been either dark or light because he could see nothing except a pair of eyes. Near at hand, some kind of instrument was ticking slowly and regularly. The eyes grew larger and more luminous. Suddenly, he floated out of his seat, dived into the eyes, and was swallowed up. He was strapped into a chair, surrounded by dials, under dazzling lights. A man in a white coat was reading the dials. There was a tramp of heavy boots outside. The door clanged open. The waxed-faced officer marched in, followed by 2 guards. "Room 101, said the officer. The man in the white coat did not turn round. He did not look at Winston, either. He was looking only at the dials. He was rolling down a mighty corridor, a kilometre wide, full of glorious golden light, roaring with laughter and shouting out confessions at the top of his voice. He was confessing everything, even the things he had succeeded in holding back under the torture. He was relating the entire history of his life to an audience who knew it already. With him were the guards, the other questioners, the men in the white coats, O'Brien, Julia, Mr. Charrington, all rolling down the corridor together and shouting with laughter. Some dreadful thing which had lain embedded in the future had somehow been skipped over and had not happened. Everything was all right. There was no more pain. The last detail of his life was laid bare, understood, forgiven. He was starting up from the plank bed in the half-certainty that he had heard O'Brien's voice. All through his interrogation, although he had never seen him, he had had the feeling that O'Brien was at his elbow, just out of sight. It was O'Brien who was directing everything. It was he who set the guards onto Winston and who prevented them from killing him. It was he who decided when Winston should scream in pain, when he should have a respite, when he should be fed, when he should sleep, when the drugs should be pumped into his arm. It was he who asked the questions and suggested the answer. He was the tormentor. He was the protector. He was the inquisitor. He was the friend. And once, Winston could not remember whether it was in drugged sleep or in normal sleep or even in a moment of wakefulness, a voice murmured in his ear. "Don't worry, Winston. You are in my keeping. For 7 years I have watched over you. Now the turning point has come. I shall save you. I shall make you perfect." He was not sure whether it was O'Brien's voice, but it was the same voice that had said to him, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," in that other dream 7 years ago. He did not remember any ending to his interrogation. There was a period of blackness, and the cell or room in which he was now was gradually materializing around him. He was almost flat on his back and unable to move. His body was held down at every essential point. Even the back of his head was gripped in some manner. O'Brien was looking down at him gravely and rather sadly. His face, seen from below, looked coarse and worn, with pouches under the eyes and tired lines from nose to chin. He was older than Winston had thought him. He was perhaps 48 or 50. Under his hand there was a dial with a lever on top and figures running round the face. "I told you," said O'Brien, "that if we met again, it would be here." "Yes," said Winston. Without any warning, except a slight movement of O'Brien's hand, a wave of pain flooded his body. It was a frightening pain, because he could not see what was happening, and he had the feeling that some mortal injury was being done to him. He did not know whether the thing was really happening or whether the effect was electrically produced, but his body was being wrenched out of shape. The joints were being slowly torn apart. Although the pain had brought the sweat out of his forehead, The worst of all was the fear that his backbone was about to snap. He set his teeth and breathed hard through his nose, trying to keep silent as long as possible. "You are afraid," said O'Brien, watching his face, "that in another moment something is going to break. Your especial fear is that it will be your backbone. You have a vivid mental picture of the vertebrae snapping apart and spinal fluid dripping out of them. That is what you're thinking, is it not, Winston?" Okay. Lovely, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. 4 pages left. Oh, thank you, Twisty. Oh, I must admit, Loso Line, I do love this one. Perfect. And another page. Okay, Traveller. Thank you. Lovely. Pardon me. Okay. It looks like they're testing to see if they can detect thoughts by the sounds of it. Or that's what I'm sort of guessing from this. That's what you're thinking, is it not, Winston? Winston did not answer. O'Brien drew back the lever on the dial. The wave of pain receded almost as quickly as it had come. "That was 40, said O'Brien. "You can see that the numbers on the dial run up to 100. Will you please remember throughout our conversation that I have it in my power to inflict pain on you at any moment and to whatever degree I choose? If you tell me any lies or attempt to prevaricate in any way, or even fall below your usual level of intelligence, you will cry out with pain instantly. Do you understand that?" "Yes," said Winston. O'Brien's manner became less severe. He resettled his spectacles thoughtfully and took a pace or two up and down. When he spoke, his voice was gentle and patient. He had the air of a doctor, a teacher, even a priest, anxious to explain and persuade rather than to punish. "I am taking trouble with you, Winston," he said, "because you are worth trouble. You know perfectly well what is the matter with you. You have known it for years, though you have fought against the knowledge. You are mentally deranged. You suffer from a defective memory. You are unable to remember real events, and you persuade yourself that you remember other events which never happened. Fortunately, it is curable. You have never cured yourself of it because you did not choose to. There was a small effort of the will that you were not ready to make. Even now, I am well aware you are clinging to your disease under the impression that it is a virtue. Now we will take an example. At this moment, which power is Oceania at war with? When I was arrested, Oceania was at war with Eastasia. With Eastasia? Good. And Oceania has always been at war with Eastasia, has it not? Winston drew in his breath. He opened his mouth to speak, and then did not speak. He could not take his eyes away from the dial. The truth, please, Winston. your truth. Tell me what you think you remember. I remember that until only a week before I was arrested, we were not at war with East Asia at all. We were in alliance with them. The war was against Eurasia. That had lasted for 4 years. Before that, O'Brien stopped him with a movement of the hand. Another example, O'Brien said. Some years ago, you had a very serious delusion indeed. You believed that 3 men, 3 one-time party members named Jones, Aronson and Rutherford, men who were executed for treachery and sabotage after making the fullest possible confession, were not guilty of the crimes they were charged with. You believed that you had seen unmistakable documentary evidence proving that their confessions were false. There was a certain photograph about which you had a hallucination. You believed that you had actually held it in your hands. It was a photograph, something like this. An oblong slip of newspaper had appeared between O'Brien's fingers. For perhaps 5 seconds it was within the angle of Winston's vision. It was a photograph, and there was no question of its identity. It was the photograph. It was another copy of the photograph of Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford at the party function in New York, which he had chanced upon 11 years ago and promptly destroyed. For only an instant it was before his eyes, then it was out of sight again. But he had seen it. Unquestionably, he had seen it. He had made a desperate, agonizing effort to wrench the top half of his body free. It was impossible to move so much as a centimeter in any direction. For the moment, he had even forgotten the dial. All he wanted was to hold the photograph in his fingers again, or at least to see it. "It exists!" he cried. "No," said O'Brien. He stepped across the room. There was a memory hole in the opposite wall. O'Brien lifted the grating. Unseen, the frail slip of paper was whirling away on the current of warm air. It was vanishing in a flash of flame. O'Brien turned away from the wall. "Ashes," he said. "Not even identifiable ashes. Dust. It does not exist. It never existed." "But it did exist. It does exist. It exists in memory. I remember it. You remember it." "I do not remember it," said O'Brien. Winston's heart sank. That was doublethink. He had a feeling of deadly helplessness. If he could have been certain that O'Brien was lying, it would not have seemed to matter. But it was perfectly possible that O'Brien had really forgotten the photograph. And if so, then already he would have forgotten his denial of remembering it, and forgotten the act of forgetting. How could one be sure that it was simple trickery? Perhaps that lunatic dislocation in the mind could really happen. That was the thought that defeated him. O'Brien was looking down at him speculatively. More than ever, he had the air of a teacher taking pains with a wayward but promising child. "There is a party slogan dealing with the control of the past," O'Brien said. "Repeat it, if you please." "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past," repeated Winston, obediently. "Who controls the present controls the past," said O'Brien, nodding his head with slow approval. "Is it your opinion, Winston, that the past has a real existence?" Again, the feeling of helplessness descended upon Winston. His eyes flitted towards the dial. He not only did not know whether yes or no was the answer that would save him from pain, he did not even know which answer he believed to be the true one. Lovely. Thank you. Okay. We have 2 pages banked still. 2 pages banked still. Oh my goodness. gonna turn me into what's it called again? That experiment with the dog. Pavlov. Is it no, it's not Pavlov's. Is it? I'll end up expecting Pineapple Groove after each reading. Do, 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 do. It will help people that might be falling asleep, like what happened to poor Sea Potato. You know, you get the sultry tones of the reading, and then suddenly Pineapple Groove. Anybody wanted a channel that inflicts torture on people's sanity? Here we go. That's what we're working up. Exactly. Wake up. Alrighty. We have 2 pages left. Let's see what answer Winston chooses. O'Brien smiled faintly. You are no metaphysician, Winston, he said. Until this moment, you had never considered what is meant by existence. I will put it more precisely. Does the past exist concretely in space? Is there somewhere or other a place, a world of solid objects where the past is still happening? No, Winston replied. Then where does the past exist, if at all? O'Brien asked. In records, replied Winston. It is written down. In records and in the mind of human memories, replied Winston again. In memory. Very well then, said O'Brien. We, the party, control all records, and we control all memories. Then we control the past. Do we not? But how can you stop people remembering things? Cried Winston again, momentarily forgetting the dial. It is involuntary. It is outside oneself. How can you control memory? You have not controlled mine. O'Brien's manner grew stern again. He laid his hand on the dial. On the contrary, he said, you have not controlled it. That is what you are brought here for. You are here because you have failed in humility, in self-discipline. You would not make the act of submission, which is the price of sanity. You preferred to be a lunatic, a minority of one. Only the disciplined mind can see reality, Winston. You believe that reality is something objective, external, existing in its own right. You also believe that the nature of reality is self-evident. When you delude yourself into thinking that you see something, you assume that everyone else sees the same thing as you. But I tell you, Winston, that reality is not external. Reality exists in the human mind and nowhere else, not in the individual mind, which can make mistakes and in any case soon perishes, only in the mind of the party, which is collective and immortal. Whatever the party holds to be the truth is truth. It is impossible to see reality except by looking through the eyes of the party. That is the fact that you have got to relearn, Winston. It needs an act of self-destruction, an effort of the will. You must humble yourself before you can become sane. Brian paused for a few moments as though to allow what he had said to sink in. Do you remember, he went on, writing in your diary, freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 make 4. Yes, said Winston. O'Brien held up his left hand, its back towards Winston, with the thumb hidden and the 4 fingers extended. How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? 4. And if the party says that it is not 4, but 5, then how many? 4. The word ended in a gasp of pain. The needle of the dial had shot up to 55. The sweat had sprung out all over Winston's body. The air tore into his lungs and issued again in deep groans, which even by clenching his teeth he could not stop. O'Brien watched him. The 4 fingers still extended, he drew back the lever. This time the pain was only slightly eased. How many fingers, Winston? 4. The needle went up to 60. How many fingers, Winston? 4. 4. What else can I say? 4. The needle must have risen again, but he did not look at it. The heavy, stern face and the 4 fingers filled his vision. The fingers stood up before his eyes like pillars, enormous, blurry, and seeming to vibrate. Unmistakably 4. How many fingers, Winston? 4. Stop it. Stop it. How can you go on? 4. There are 4. How many fingers, Winston? 5. 5. 5. No, Winston. That is no use. You are lying. You still think there are 4. How many fingers? Please. 4. 5. 4. Anything you like. Only stop it. Stop the pain. Abruptly, he was sitting up with O'Brien's arm around his shoulders. He had perhaps lost consciousness for a few seconds. The bonds that had held his body down were loosened. He felt very cold. He was shaking uncontrollably. His teeth were chattering. The tears were rolling down his cheeks. For a moment he clung to O'Brien like a baby. Curiously comforted, he had the feeling that O'Brien was his protector, that the pain was something that came from outside, from some other source, and that it was O'Brien who would save him from it. "You are a slow learner, Winston," said O'Brien gently. "How can I help it?" he blubbered. "How can I help seeing what is front of my eyes? 2 and 2 are 4. Sometimes, Winston. Sometimes they are 5. Sometimes they are 3. Sometimes they are all of them at once. You must try harder. It is not easy to become sane." He laid Winston down on the bed. The grip of his limbs tightened again, but the pain had ebbed away and the trembling had stopped, leaving him merely weak and cold. O'Brien motioned with his head to the man in the white coat, who had stood immobile throughout the proceedings. The man in the white coat bent down and looked closely into Winston's eyes, felt his pulse, laid an ear against his chest, tapped here and there, and then he nodded to O'Brien. "Again," said O'Brien. The pain flowed into Winston's body. The needle must be at 70, 75. He had shut his eyes this time. He knew that the fingers were still there, and still 4. All that mattered was somehow to stay alive until the spasm was over. He had ceased to notice whether he was crying out or not. The pain lessened again. He opened his eyes, and O'Brien had drawn back the lever. "How many fingers, Winston?" 4. "I suppose there are 4. I would see 5 if I could. I am trying to see 5. Which do you wish? To persuade me that you see 5? Or really to see them?" "Really to see them." "Again," said O'Brien. Okay. Lovely. That is us caught up with pages, guys. How are we all doing? You still with me? Here we go. Mommy? Are we out of turnips, Traveller, or have I disappeared? What is... Oh, no. I thought I saw a blip in there. OBS. Oh, you still have turnips. Okay. We have a page. We have a page. Oh, hell no. You've 5k. Oh my goodness. Maybe the pages are too cheap. No, I'll just need to come up with different things that people can spend it on. I was still thinking of doing the tabletop character writing for people. People wanted me to come up with a character background for them. But yeah. Okay. O'Brien is putting him back in. Perhaps the needle was 80, 90. Winston could not intermittently remember why the pain was happening. Behind his screwed-up eyelids, a forest of fingers seemed to be moving in a sort of dance, weaving in and out, disappearing behind one another and reappearing again. He was trying to count them. He could not remember why. He knew only that it was impossible to count them, and that this was somehow due to the mysterious identity between 5 and 4. The pain died down again. When he opened his eyes, it was to find that he was still seeing the same thing. Innumerable fingers, like moving trees, were still streaming past in either direction, crossing and recrossing. He shut his eyes again. How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? I don't know. I don't know. You will kill me if you do that again. 4, 5, 6, in all honesty, I don't know. Better, said O'Brien. A needle slid into Winston's arm. Almost in the same instant, a blissful, healing warmth spread all through his body. The pain was already half forgotten. He opened his eyes and looked up gratefully at O'Brien. At sight of the heavy, lined face, so ugly and so intelligent, his heart seemed to turn over. If he could have moved, he would have stretched out a hand and laid it on O'Brien's arm. He had never loved him so deeply as at this moment, and not merely because he had stopped the pain. The old feeling that at bottom it did not matter whether O'Brien was a friend or an enemy had come back. O'Brien was a person who could be talked to. Perhaps one did not want to be loved so much as to be understood. O'Brien had tortured him to the edge of lunacy, and in a little while it was certain he would send him to his death. It made no difference. In some sense, that went deeper than friendship. They were intimates, somewhere or other, although the actual word might never be spoken. There was a place where they could meet and talk. O'Brien was looking down at him with an expression which suggested that the same thought might be in his own mind. When he spoke, it was in the easy, conversational tone. "Do you know where you are, Winston?" he said. "I don't know. I can guess. In the Ministry of Love." "Do you know how long you have been here, Winston?" "I don't know. Days, weeks, months. I think it is months." "And why do you imagine that we bring people to this place?" "To make them confess," said Winston. "No, that is not the reason." "Try again." "To punish them?" said Winston. "No," exclaimed O'Brien. His voice had changed extraordinarily. and his face had suddenly become both stern and animated. "No, not merely to extract your confession, not to punish you. Shall I tell you why we have brought you here? To cure you, to make you sane. Will you understand, Winston, that no one whom we bring to this place ever leaves our hands uncured? We are not interested in those stupid crimes that you've committed. The party is not interested in the overt act. The thought is all we care about. We don't merely destroy our enemies, we change them. Do you understand what I mean by this?" He was bending over Winston. His face looked enormous because of its nearness, and hideously ugly because it had been from below. Moreover, it was filled with a sort of exultation, a lunatic intensity. Again, Winston's heart shrank. If it had been possible, he would have cowered deep into the bed. He felt certain that O'Brien was about to twist the dial out of sheer wantonness. At this moment, however, O'Brien turned away. He took a pace or two up and down, and then he continued, less vehemently. Thank you, Traveller. Oh, is that another one? Okay. We will drop off another inventory of fish, and then we'll have another one on the go. Lovely. I actually need to check. Oh, we've been there for a while. The stream's been lying in the top 3,400. Look at us go. Beautiful. Good evening, Ron. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Put this on a little bit, just for a bit of background for myself. I'm well, thanks. How is everything today? Good. It's been fun. We've had a steady pace on the pages, so we've been getting through 1984 quite quickly, and we've been listening to some music. Some lovely and some terrifying music. All about Chronopolis and the tannery. It's been beautiful. You can even redeem turnips to listen to Pineapple Groove as well, which is one of those such songs we've been listening to today. So, not just books on offer anymore. This. Be right back. I'll make sure everybody can see me okay before I read the page that Traveller has paid for. So people don't miss out. Do, 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 do. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 da, ba, da. There we go. Hopefully you can all see and hear me. I don't know if that blipped out for that long, actually. I don't know if it might have thrown you up an ad or anything like that. Which Twitch has been wanting to do recently when this does happen. Oh no, it's kept the session at 4 hours long. Okay, maybe it didn't blip out. Okay. We're back. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I wish I knew why it did that. It came back to ads. Yeah. I'm at a loss as to why it keeps doing that. I have tried my darndest to get over it, but it persists. I had it for a few weeks where it didn't do it anymore, and now it's just... Like yesterday it was really bad. Yesterday it was non-stop. I remember that. I blame O'Brien. Yeah, they're trying to silence me as we're getting to the gritty of the book, which we shall actually continue with if people are back. Let's go. Okay, so O'Brien was pacing up down and continued less vehemently. The first thing for you to understand is that in this place there are no martyrdoms. You have read of the religious persecutions of the past. In the Middle Ages, there was the Inquisition. It was a failure. It set out to eradicate heresy, and ended by perpetuating it. For every heretic it burned at the stake, thousands of others rose up. Why was that? Because the Inquisition killed its enemies in the open, and killed them while they were still unrepentant. In fact, it killed them because they were unrepentant. Men were dying because they would not abandon their true beliefs. Naturally, all the glory belonged to the victim, and all the shame to the inquisitor who burned him. Later, in the 20th century, there were the totalitarians, as they were called. There were the German Nazis and the Russian communists. The Russians persecuted heresy more cruelly than the Inquisition had done, and they imagined that they had learned from the mistakes of the past. They knew, at any rate, that one must not make martyrs. Before they exposed their victims to public trial, they deliberately set themselves to destroy their dignity. They wore them down by torture and solitude until they were despicable, cringing wretches, confessing whatever was put into their mouths, covering themselves with abuse, accusing and sheltering behind one another, whimpering for mercy. And yet, after only a few years, the same thing had happened all over again. The dead men had become martyrs, and their degradation was forgotten. Once again, why was it? In the first place, because the confessions they had made were obviously extorted and untrue. We do not make mistakes of that kind. All the confessions that are uttered here are true. We make them true. And above all, we do not allow the dead to rise up against us. You must stop imagining that posterity will vindicate you, Winston. Posterity will never hear of you. You will be lifted clean out from the stream of history. We shall turn you into gas and pour you into the stratosphere. Nothing will remain of you, not a name in a register, not a memory in a living brain. You will be annihilated in the past as well as in the future. You will never have existed. Then why bother torture me, thought Winston, with a momentary bitterness. O'Brien checked his step as though Winston had uttered the thought aloud. His large, ugly face came nearer, with the eyes a little narrower. You are thinking, he said, that since we intend to destroy you utterly, so that nothing that you say or do can make the smallest difference. In any case, why do we go to the trouble of interrogating you first? That is what you were thinking, was it not? Yes, said Winston. O'Brien smiled slightly. You are a flaw in the pattern, Winston. You are a strain that must be wiped out. Did I not tell you just now that we are different from the persecutors of the past? We are not content with negative obedience, nor even with the most abject submission. When we finally have you surrender to us, it must be of your own free will. We do not destroy the heretic because he resists us. So long as he resists us, we never destroy him. We convert him. We capture his inner mind. We reshape him. We burn all evil and illusion out of him. We bring him over to our side, not in appearance, but genuinely. Heart and soul. We make him one of ourselves before we kill him. Thank you, Traveller. Oh my goodness. How are we doing? And another. Okay, this is keeping quite steady. This is nice. This is nice. These pages are far more abundant and have less paragraph gaps because I'm actually struggling to get the page through in the 5 minutes. It's good though. I'm liking this part of the book. Okay. We make him one of ourselves before we kill him. It is intolerable to us that an erroneous thought should exist anywhere in the world, however secret and powerless it may be. Even in the instant of death, we cannot permit any deviation. In the old days, the heretic walked to the stake, still a heretic, proclaiming his heresy, exalting it. Even the victim of the Russian purges could carry rebellion locked up in his skull as he walked down the passage, waiting for the bullet. But we make the brain perfect before we blow it out. The command of the old despotisms was, "Thou shalt not." The command of the totalitarians was, "Thou shalt." Our command is, "Thou art." No one whom we bring to this place ever stands out against us. Everyone is washed clean. Even those 3 miserable traitors and those innocents that you once believed in, Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford, in the end, we broke them down. I took part in their interrogation myself. I saw them gradually worn down, whimpering, grovelling, weeping, and in the end of it was not the pain or the fear, only with penitence. By the time we had finished with them, they were only the shells of men. There was nothing left in them except sorrow for what they had done, and love of Big Brother. It was touching to see how they loved him. They begged to be shot quickly, so that they could die while their minds were still clean. His voice had grown almost dreamy. The exaltation, the lunatic enthusiasm was still in his face. He is not pretending, thought Winston. He is not a hypocrite. He believes every word he says. What most oppressed him was the consciousness of his own intellectual inferiority. He watched the heavy yet graceful form strolling to and fro, in and out of range of his vision. O'Brien was a being in all ways larger than himself. There was no idea that he had ever had, or could have, that O'Brien had not long ago known, examined and rejected. His mind contained Winston's mind, but in that case, how could it be true that O'Brien was mad? It must be he, Winston, who was mad. O'Brien halted and looked down at him. His voice had grown stern again. Extro. Or Excto. Hello. Welcome. Trading Red Elf for Orange Pudding? I can give you orange pudding hats. I have plenty. How many do you want? I'm not necessarily needing orange pudding, but I can happily give you red elf hats if you like. Traveller, so good. Let me know if you need a break, though. I will say if I need to take a break. What I'd tell everybody is to save their turnips if I need to take a break. But I'm still okay for now. I'm still okay. It's good. If people are enjoying the reading, I can carry. Remember, my actual job is talking to people 13 hours a day. And then driving home and driving to work for the other 2 hours. My voice is well exercised. Quite a lot of the other tour guides have actually commented on the fact that whenever they've been on my tours, because you share tours and such for people to learn the routes and the guides, they can't believe that I've been talking straight for that time. They said so many people lose their voice if they do the same, but I've gone whole seasons without a break to do it. It's I guess I'm lucky. I do look after my voice. I drink nice warm teas. I put honey in it and stuff. And I wish I could say that when I'm home I talk less, but those that know me, my partner especially, knows that I never shut up. So I don't even rest it then. It's perpetual. Ghoulie MK, thank you for the follow. That buys another page as well, along with Traveller's Redeemed, so we got 2 pages banked again. Count them 2. Thank you very much. Welcome to the turnip field. How do you do? Oh, hope all is well. All is well. It's actually, Ghoulie, it's been quite a nice, chill day. There was a rush of excitement with some interesting songs at the beginning, but I must admit it's been a nice steady pace with pages for reading books, and I must admit the grind for the fishing is disappearing in front of me as well, much like it did for the cooking. I wish it was putting more to the knowledge points for alchemy and stuff, but I can deal with that later. I'm not too fussed about that. I'm sure I can figure that out later if need be. But how are you? You're doing the forage grind. Nice. Nice. A popular grind at the moment, I've noticed. A lot of people I speak to are doing it. Line songs? What songs? Some very lovely ones. Guys, we're going to start, like, people have just come in. The Ghoulie has been friendly, asking how well we're doing. I don't want to try and indoctrinate them with the tannery chants. The moment I meet people. Before you know it, we'll be called the cult of Brighter Shores in the Twitch world. I don't know if... Well, that was the direction the tannery it was going, wasn't it? So, cool. Indoctrinate is such a strong word. It is, and I'm highly aware of that weight. That's exactly why I used it. But thank you for the follow, Ghoulie. That's banked another page. I don't know if you were listening to a couple of the reads before you followed, but many will appreciate that you've got that extra page for us to go through. Indoctrinate is a particularly strong word with the kind of book we're reading as well, so... Back to 1984, George Orwell. Let's see how Winston's holding up against O'Brien. It's not been good. O'Brien halted and looked down at him. His voice had grown stern again. That's where we left off. Do not imagine that you will save yourself, Winston, however completely you surrender to us. No one who has once gone astray is ever spared. And even if we choose to let you live out of the natural term of your life, you would never escape from us. What happens to you here is forever. Understand that in advance. We shall crush you down to the point from which there is no coming back. Things will happen to you from which you could not recover. If you lived 1,000 years, never again will you be capable of ordinary human feeling. Everything will be dead inside you. Never again will you be capable of love, or friendship, or joy of living, or laughter, or curiosity, or courage, or integrity. You will be hollow. We shall squeeze you empty, and then we shall fill you with ourselves. O'Brien paused and signed to the man in the white coat. Winston was aware of some heavy piece of apparatus being pushed into place behind his head. O'Brien had sat down beside the bed, so that his face was almost on a level with Winston. 3,000, he said, speaking over Winston's head to the man in the white coat. 2 soft pads, which felt slightly moist, clamped themselves against Winston's temples. He quailed. There was pain coming, a new kind of pain. O'Brien laid a hand reassuringly, almost kindly, on his. This time it will not hurt, he said. Keep your eyes fixed on mine. At this moment, there was a devastating explosion, or what seemed like an explosion, though it was not certain whether there was any noise. There was undoubtedly a blinding flash of light. Winston was not hurt, only prostrated. Although he had largely been lying on his back when the thing happened, he had a curious feeling that he had been knocked into that position. A terrific, painless blow had flattened him out. Also, something had happened inside his head. As his eyes regained their focus, he remembered who he was, and where he was, and recognized the face that was gazing into his own. But somewhere or other, there was a large patch of emptiness, as though a piece had been taken out of his brain. It will not last, said O'Brien. Look me in the eyes. What country is Oceania at war with? Winston thought. He knew what was meant by Oceania, and that he himself was a citizen of Oceania. He also remembered Eurasia and Eastasia, but who was at war with whom he did not know. In fact, he had not been aware there was any war. I don't remember, said Winston. Oceania is at war with East Asia. Do you remember that now? Yes. Oceania has always been at war with East Asia. Since the beginning of your life, since the beginning of the party, since the beginning of history, the war has continued without a break. Always the same war. Do you remember that? Yes, replied Winston. 11 years ago, you created a legend about 3 men who had been condemned to death for treachery. You pretended that you had seen a piece of paper which proved them innocent. No such piece of paper ever existed. You invented it, and later you grew to believe in it. You remember now the very moment at which you first invented it. Do you remember that? Yes, said Winston. Just now I held up the fingers of my hand. To you, you saw 5 fingers. Do you remember that? Yes, said Winston. O'Brien held up the fingers of his left hand, the thumb concealed. There are 5 fingers there. Do you see 5 fingers? Yes, said Winston. And he did see them, for a fleeting instant, before the scenery of his mind changed. He saw 5 fingers. And there was no deformity. Then everything was normal again. And the old fear, the hatred, and the bewilderment came crowding back again. But there had been a moment, he did not know how long, 30 seconds perhaps, of luminous certainty when each new suggestion of O'Brien's had filled up a patch of emptiness and become absolute truth. And when 2 and 2 could have been 3 as easily as 5, if that were what needed. It had faded, but before O'Brien had dropped his hand, but though he could not recapture it, he could not remember it. As one remembers a vivid experience at some period of one's life when one, in effect, is a different person. You see now, said O'Brien, that it is at any rate possible. Yes, said Winston. O'Brien stood up with a satisfied air. Over to his left, Winston saw the man in the white coat break an ampoule and draw back the plunger of a syringe. O'Brien turned to Winston with a smile. In almost the old manner, he resettled his spectacles on his nose. Do you remember writing in your diary, he said, that it did not matter whether I was a friend or an enemy, since I was at least a person who understood you and could be talked to? You were right. I enjoyed talking to you. Your mind appeals to me. It resembles my own mind, except that you happen to be insane. Before we bring the session to an end, you can ask me a few questions if you choose. Thank you so much, guys. Here we go. Oh. I do need to get some more water, though. I am completely out of fluids. And if there's one thing I'm not too bad at, it is remembering to hydrate. So I am going to... I'll get these last 2 fish and I'll head off to the storage rift. And then I will disappear for just a few moments. But a few moments, I promise. Okay. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Okay. How are we doing, folks? I'm back. Here we go. My goodness. Silence. Have I sent everybody to sleep? I know Sea Potato was struggling earlier. How's Twisty getting on in there? Ooh, 8 levels. Crimson's on 271 now as well. My goodness. Oh, and we're getting close to the top 3300. It is getting really slow to advance though. Although fishing seems to take quite a bit. I don't know if this is quite working as I hoped. 24. Oh, well, actually, we're not getting too far from the roared eels. And the lobster pot, the orange lobster, is only level 39, so it's actually not too bad. We're actually moving along quite nicely. I just wanted the venture, really. Oh, Traveller, another page. Sorry, I missed that. Now that I know that I can actually do sound alerts for things, I might actually make one for the page. Just in case it creeps up on me like that. But we can absolutely get another page in. Okay. So, Brian told Winston that he could ask any question that he could choose. Any question I like, said Winston. Anything. He saw that Winston's eyes were upon the dial. It is switched off. What is your first question? What have you done with Julia? Said Winston. O'Brien smiled again. She betrayed you, Winston. Immediately, unreservedly. I have seldom seen anyone come over to us so promptly. You would hardly recognize her if you saw her. All her rebelliousness, her deceit, her folly, her dirty-mindedness, everything has been burned out of her. It was a perfect conversion, a textbook case. You tortured her? Asked Winston. O'Brien left this unanswered. Next question, he said. Does Big Brother exist? Of course he exists, said O'Brien. The party exists. Big Brother is the embodiment of the party. Does he exist in the same way I exist? Asked Winston. You do not exist, said O'Brien. Once again, the sense of helplessness assailed him. He knew, or he could imagine, the arguments which proved his own non-existence. But they were nonsense. They were only a play on words. Did not the statement, "You do not exist," contain a logical absurdity? But what use was it to say so? His mind shriveled as he thought of the unanswerable, mad arguments with which O'Brien would demolish him. "I think I exist," he said wearily. "I am conscious of my own identity. I was born and I shall die. I have arms and legs. I occupy a particular point in space. No other solid object can occupy the same point simultaneously. In that sense, does Big Brother exist?" It is of no importance," said O'Brien. "He exists." "Will Big Brother ever die?" asked Winston. "Of course not. How could he die?" "Next question," said O'Brien. "Does the Brotherhood exist?" asked Winston. "That, Winston, you will never know. If we choose to set you free when we have finished with you, and if you live to be 90 years old, still, you will never learn whether the answer to that question is yes or no. As long as you live, it will be unsolved riddle in your mind." Winston lay silent. His breast rose and fell a little faster. He still had not asked the question that had come into his mind the first. He had got to ask it, and yet it was as though his tongue would not utter it. There was a trace of amusement in O'Brien's face. Even his spectacles seemed to wear an ironical gleam. "He knows," thought Winston suddenly. "He knows what I am going to ask." At the thought of the words burst out of him. "What is room 101? An expression on O'Brien's face did not change. He answered dryly. "You know what is in room 101, Winston. Everyone knows what is in room 101. He raised a finger to the man in the white coat. Evidently, the session was at an end. A needle jerked into Winston's arm, and he sank almost instantly into deep sleep. And that finishes chapter 2 of part 3. Thank you, Traveller. I'm glad you're enjoying it, guys, by the way. This has been nice and steady. I'm especially glad you're enjoying it because I am enjoying doing it as well. So, thank you very much. I'm glad it's, because I don't think it's actually ever stopped since we started it on Thursday. Yesterday was particularly busy. And I suppose that's actually an answer for the remark to let you know if I need a break, Travel, as well. Yesterday, I don't think I had the chance to stop. I think right the way up to the end of the stream, I was still working on those banked pages from the subscribes that happened earlier in the day. It was very much kept going. Here we go. Okay. George Orwell's 1984, Part 3, Chapter 3. There are 3 stages in your reintegration, said O'Brien. There is learning, there is understanding, and there is acceptance. It is time for you to enter upon the 2nd stage. As always, Winston was lying flat on his back. But of late his bonds were looser. They still held him to the bed, but he could not move his knee a little, and could turn his head from side to side and raise his arms from the elbow. The dial, also, had grown to be less of a terror. He could evade its pangs if he was quick-witted enough. It was chiefly when he showed stupidity that O'Brien pulled the lever. Sometimes they got through a whole session without use of the dial at all. He could not remember how many sessions there had been. The whole process seemed to stretch out over a long, indefinite time. Weeks, possibly. And the intervals between the sessions might sometimes have been days. Sometimes only an hour or two. "As you lie there," said O'Brien, "you have often wondered, you have even asked me, why the Ministry of Love should expand so much time and trouble on you. And when you are free, you were puzzled by what was essentially the same question. You could grasp the mechanics of the society you lived in, but not in its underlying motives. Do you remember writing in your diary, 'I understand how. I do not understand why'? It was when you thought about why that you doubted your own sanity. You have read the book, Goldstein's book, or part of it, at least. Did it tell you anything that you did not know already?" "You have read it?" said Winston. "I wrote it," said O'Brien. "That is to say, I collaborated in writing it. No book is produced individually, as you know." "Is it true, what it says?" asks Winston. "As description, yes. The program it sets forth is nonsense. The secret accumulation of knowledge, a gradual spread of enlightenment, ultimately a proletarian rebellion, the overthrow of the party. You foresaw yourself that that was what it would say. It is all nonsense. The proletarians will never revolt. Not in 1,000 years, or even 1,000,000. They cannot. I do not have to tell you the reason. You know it already. If you have ever cherished any dreams of violent insurrection, you must abandon them. There is no way in which the party can be overthrown. The rule of the party is forever. Make that the starting point of your thoughts." He came closer to the bed. "Forever," he repeated. "And now let us get back to the question of how and why. You understand well enough, Winston, how the party maintains itself in power. Now tell me why we cling to power. What is our motive? Why should we want power? Go on. Speak," he added as Winston remained silent. Lovely. Okay. Thank you, Traveller. I notice numbers sometimes go up and down. If anybody's new to the stream and wonders what's going on, follows and spendings of turnips. You can redeem turnips to get me to read out pages from George Orwell's 1984. That's what we're reading right now. And scribbles can get 5 pages. If that is what people wishes. I've also been reading pages on raids as well, if they so happen. But welcome, welcome, if you're in the back seats there. Marvellous. Oh, we're at 33. Was I at 33 fishing the last time I checked it? It really does become a blur. I think I was, because I think I remember being at 663. Oh my goodness. Traveller with another page. Lovely. Oh. Have I gotten... what was it? Did you say you were at 5k turnips? Have we gotten it below 4k turnips yet? So, nevertheless, Winston did not speak for another moment or two. A feeling of weariness had overwhelmed him. The faint, mad gleam of enthusiasm had come back into O'Brien's face. He knew in advance what O'Brien would say, that the party did not seek power for its own ends, but only for the good of the majority. That it sought power because men in the mass were frail, cowardly creatures who could not endure liberty or face the truth, and must be ruled over and then systematically deceived by others who were stronger than themselves. That the choice for mankind lay between freedoms and happiness, and that for the great bulk of mankind, happiness was better. That the party was the eternal guardian of the weak, a dedicated sect doing evil that good might come, sacrificing its own happiness to that of others. The terrible thing, thought Winston, the terrible thing that was that when O'Brien said this, Winston would believe it. You could see it in his face. O'Brien knew everything. 1,000 times better than Winston, he knew that the world was really like. In what degradation the mass of human beings lived in, and by what lies the barbarities the party kept them there. He had understood it all, weighed it all, and it made no difference, all justified by the ultimate purpose. What can you do, thought Winston, against the lunatic who is more intelligent than yourself, who gives you your arguments a fair hearing, and then simply persists in the lunacy? You are ruling over us for our own good, Winston said feebly. You believe that human beings are not fit to govern themselves, and therefore... He started and almost cried out. A pang of pain had shot through his body. O'Brien had pushed the lever of the dial up to 35. That was stupid, Winston. Stupid, he said. You should know better than to say a thing like that. He pulled the lever back and continued. Now I will tell you the answer to my question. It is this. The party seeks power entirely for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others. We are interested solely in power. Not wealth or luxury or long life or happiness. Only power. Pure power. What pure power means you will understand presently. We are different from all other oligarchies of the past, in that we know what we are doing. All the others, even those who resembled ourselves, were cowards and hypocrites. The German Nazis and the Russian communists came very close to us in their methods, but they never had the courage to recognize their own motives. They pretended, perhaps they even believed, that they had seized power unwillingly and for a limited time, and that just round the corner there lay a paradise where human beings would be free and equal. We are not like that. We know that no one ever seizes power with the intention of relinquishing it. Power is not a means, it is an end. One does not establish a dictatorship in order to safeguard a revolution. One makes the revolution in order to establish the dictatorship. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. The object of power is power. Now, do you begin to understand me? Winston was struck, as he had been struck before, by the tiredness of O'Brien's face. It was strong and fleshy and brutal. It was full of intelligence and a sort of controlled passion before which he felt himself helpless. But it was tired. There were pouches under the eyes, the skin sagged from the cheekbones. O'Brien leaned over him, deliberately bringing the worn face nearer. You are thinking, he said, that my face is old and tired. You are thinking that I talk of power and yet I am not even able to prevent the decay of my own body. Can you not understand, Winston, that the individual is only a cell? The weariness of the cell is the vigor of the organism. Do you die when you cut your fingernails? He turned away from the bed and began strolling up and down again, one hand in his pocket. 3.4K. Okay, so I'd say the cost is pretty fair then. People can save up quite a bit, but it does come down if it's regularly used. Thanks for letting me know, by the way. Because I'm worried about the cost, but I think 300 actually turns out to be good. It was definitely a lot better than 1,000. 1,000, I think on the Thursday, I didn't actually read many pages at all. 1,000. I think left too wide a gap with which people started to lose interest. And I think 500 was just a little bit short of what it needed to be. Or a little bit high of what it needed to be when I tried that as well. But I am aware that there are some people that have watched me regularly enough that they've got hundreds of thousands of turnips. 300 is pretty good. Yeah, I think it's a good one to settle at for it. Ooh. Actually, I was wondering. Oh my goodness. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be very, very glad when I've done the Hopeport quest. I'm starting... well, I am going to carry on the fishing just to knowledge point the alchemy a bit more, but I think the last few levels of alchemy I am going to work. Once I've gotten the venture for fishing, I think I might just... do the alchemy, because if I do the 28% potions as well, like I might do some of that off stream. I know it's not good for reading alongside it, but I'll have to see. I'll have to see what I can do. Can I request a pineapple jam? One from Graggle. Which one would you like from Graggle? Losaline. And I will read the page as well. What song from Graggle would you like to hear? Is it the one that doesn't have the sax solo but has the... We'll go with the one that kind of has the Book Your Tours Now one. I think it's called Peak. This one. Okay. This is, for those that may have not heard it before, this is for the Pineapple Tours. Get your tours now. Do you think he really wouldn't mind it, Losaline, if I just put that in as well? I don't think it would even... now that I know how to do it, I don't think it would actually take me long to add it in. Because I do like that one. I really do like that one. Oh, yeah. try the others as well. The sax solo fixed one was pretty good, but I'm pretty sure it's just that Tours now at the end. I think is the better one. Okay, this one is actually pretty good as well. I think it's that one's quite. It's got the nice bounce to it, but the ending just doesn't have that "Get Your Tours Now," which was really, really good. I can't remember the Ahok one as much. Okay, yeah, this one was actually good as well. Now that I remember.
Come see the delights. First you have to pet the cat and tack the tap on your way back. Pineapple tour, yeah, learn about the city. Pineapple tour, it's a journey so pretty, pretty. Book your tour now.
But it's the ending of the first one that's just too good. I think it has to be that one. I know what I'm doing now, so it shouldn't take too long. I'll need to get little symbols for them as well, but I can that one. Apple Tour. He needs to get it to shout out Turnip 10 as well. Keep it the same cost. It already came up with the right kind of colour for it as well, so. So, Pineapple Tour. Go. So, get rid of that. Okay. I think that's it.
It's the pineapple tour, you see the sights. Yeah, it's the pineapple tour, come see the delights. First you have
Oh, that's really loud. Sorry.
tack the tap on your way back. Pineapple tour, learn about the city.
Sorry if anybody was getting a bit sleepy. I can't get it to stop. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I should have maybe tested the volume before I did that. Okay, I turned that right down. There, that's a bit better. Okay. My goodness me. Sorry. I know that was loud. But I think that should work now if somebody wants to learn about the Pineapple Tour. We can show them. And... Oh, Losaline, I forgot you had paid for a page. We do have a page as well. Here we go. What happens if someone wants to take a tour mid-reading, though? Uh-oh. It has happened. It has happened. And it's just hilarious. I went back and I started reading again. Although, actually, they caught me just as I started reading. So... it's all in good fun. Remarkably, nobody has ever actually done it run. Admittedly, I'm not the busiest channel, so... Or, actually, I don't want to say it's not the busiest channel. The community for Brighter Shores seems to be the loveliest kind of people that wouldn't actually interrupt somebody reading like that, so... but Twisty did manage to catch me just before I was about to read. I must actually admit, Twisty's timing was perfect. I was just about to read, and it was Pineapple Groove was fired out at us. That's good. It was well done. Excellent. More KP. More KP. I'm gonna have so much fish. But here we go. Lost Line did pay for a page. So here we go. Okay. So O'Brien turned away from the bed and began strolling up and down again, one hand in his pocket. That's where we left them. We are the priests of power, O'Brien said. God is power, but at present power is only a word so far as you are concerned. It is time for you to gather some idea of what power means. The first thing you must realize is that power is collective. The individual only has power insofar as he ceases to be an individual. You know the party slogan, freedom is slavery. Has it ever occurred to you that it is reversible? Slavery is freedom. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself in the party so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all, over the mind. Power over matter. External reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already, our control over matter is absolute. For a moment, Winston ignored the dial. He made a violent effort to raise himself into a sitting position and merely succeeded in wrenching his body painfully. But how can you control matter? He burst out. You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there are disease, pain, death. O'Brien silenced him by a movement of his hand. We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to, because the party does not wish it. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and Eastasia? You have not conquered them yet, said Winston. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us, and if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out of existence. Oceania is the world. The world itself is only a speck of dust, and the man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the Earth was uninhabited, said Winston. Nonsense, said O'Brien. The Earth is as old as we are. No older. How could it be older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of the bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever heard of, said Winston. Have you ever seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man, there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside man, there is nothing, said O'Brien. But the whole universe is outside us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1,000,000 light years away. They are out of our reach forever, objected Winston. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The Earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. Winston made another convulsive movement. This time he did not say anything. O'Brien continued as though answering a spoken objection. For certain purposes, of course, O'Brien started. That is not true. When we navigate the ocean, or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes round the sun, and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? Winston shrank back upon the bed. Whatever he said, the swift answer crushed him like a bludgeon. And yet he knew that he was in the right. The belief that nothing exists outside your own mind, surely there must be some way of demonstrating that it was false. Had it not been exposed long ago as a fallacy? There was even a name for it, which he had forgotten. A faint smile twitched in the corners of O'Brien's mouth as he looked down at him. Marvelous. Step on your way back. Get to us now. Ah, so good. So good. Oh doing? Oh, we've almost got 34 fishing. Sweet. Olerin, you're still there. Okay, lovely. I shall add your page. We've got a full inventory, so we'll read it when we get back to the fishing, if that's quite all right with yourself. Sneaky devil coming in with the page purchase back there. Okay. Olerin's page. Thank you very much, Olerin. Okay. So, O'Brien continued as though answering a spoken objection. Oh no. There was a smile on O'Brien's mouth as he looked down at him. I was skipping back a bit there. There we go. I told you, Winston, he said, that metaphysics is not your strong point. The word you're trying to think of is solipsism. Collective solipsism, if you like. But that is a different thing. In fact, the opposite thing. All this is a digression, he added in a different tone. The real power. The power we have to fight for night and day is not power over things, but over men. He paused and for a moment assumed again his air of schoolmaster questioning a promising pupil. How does one man assert his power over another, Winston? Winston thought for a moment. By making him suffer, he said. Exactly. By making him suffer. Obedience is not enough, unless he is suffering. How can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is an inflicting pain. So is humiliation. Power is in tearing humans' minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see then what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment. A world of trampling and being trampled upon. A world which will grow not less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. The old civilizations claim that they are founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought, which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The sex instinct will be eradicated. Procreation will be an annual formality like the renewal of a ration card. We shall abolish the orgasm. Our neurologists are at work upon it now. There will be no loyalty except loyalty towards the party. There will be no love except the love of Big Brother. There will be no laughter except the laugh of triumph over a defeated enemy. There will be no art, no literature, no science. When we are omnipotent, we shall have no more need of science. There will be no distinction between beauty and ugliness. There will be no curiosity, no enjoyment of the process of life. All competing pleasures will be destroyed. But always, do not forget this, Winston. always, there will be the intoxication of power, constantly increasing and constantly growing subtler. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face. Forever. He paused as though he expected Winston to speak. Winston had tried to shrink back into the surface of the bed again. He could not say anything. His heart seemed frozen. Brian went on. And remember that it is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped upon. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all that will continue and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Goldstein and his heresies will live forever. Every day, at every moment, they will be defeated, discredited, ridiculed, spat upon, and yet they will always survive. This drama that I have played out with you during 7 years will be played out over and over again, generation after generation, always in subtler forms. Always we shall have the heretic here at our mercy, screaming with pain, broken up, contemptible, and in the end, utterly penitent, saved from himself, crawling to our feet of his own accord. That is the world we are preparing, Winston. A world of victory after victory, triumph pressing upon the nerve, triumph after triumph after triumph, an endless pressing upon the nerve of power. You are beginning, I can see, to realize what that world will be like. But in the end, you will do more than understand it. You will accept it, welcome it, become part of it. Oh, Ghoulie was here. I missed him. Book your tours now. Oh, and we got 34 fishing. I didn't even notice that. Goodbye. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, this is not so bad. This is not so bad. We'll get 39. Then we'll do our 50 apothecary, and I'll probably then find out that I'm going to need some kind of guard level for the 5-star quest as well, or something, I'm sure. Oh, we're full. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Ooh, 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 ooh. Who watches the Watchers? It's quite creepy. We've been reading 1984, and I just got the Twitch achievement, Who Watches the Watchers? actually know what that achievement means. Ron, thank you for the page. Excellent. Ah, it's the other advantage of not having music in the channel. The uncomfortable silence beckons. The uncomfortable silence beckons for more pages. Okay. Winston had recovered himself sufficiently to speak. "You can't," he said weakly. "What do you mean by that remark, Winston?" "You could not create such a world as you've just described. It is a dream. It's impossible." "Why?" asked O'Brien. "It is impossible to found a civilization on fear and hatred and cruelty. It would never endure." "Why not?" asked O'Brien. "It would have no vitality. It would disintegrate. It would commit suicide." "Nonsense. You are under the impression that hatred is more exhausting than love. Why should it be? And if it were, what difference would that make? Suppose that we choose to wear ourselves out faster. Suppose that we quicken the tempo of human life till men are senile at 30. Still, what difference would it make? Do you not understand that the death of the individual is not death? The party is immortal." As usual, the voice had battered Winston into helplessness. Moreover, he was in dread that if he persisted in his disagreement, O'Brien would twist the dial again. And yet, he could not keep silent. Feebly, without arguments, with nothing to support him except his inarticulate horror of what O'Brien had said, he returned to the attack. "I don't know. I don't care. Somehow you will fail. Something will defeat you. Life will defeat you. We control life, Winston, at all its levels. You are imagining that there is something called human nature which will be outraged by what we do and will turn against us. But we create human nature. Men are infinitely malleable. Or perhaps you have returned to your old idea that the proletarians or the slaves will arise and overthrow us. Put it out of your mind. They are helpless, like the animals. Humanity is the party. The others are outside. Irrelevant." "I don't care," said Winston. "In the end, they will beat you. Sooner or later, they will see you for what you are. And then they will tear you to pieces." "Do you see any evidence of that happening? Or any reason why it should?" asked O'Brien. "No. I believe it," said Winston. "I know that you will fail. There is something in the universe. I don't know. Some spirit, some principle that you will never overcome." "Do you believe in God, Winston?" "No," he replied. "Then what is it, this principle that will defeat us?" "I don't know. The spirit of man." "And do you consider yourself a man, Winston?" "Yes." "If you are a man, Winston, you are the last man. Your kind is extinct. We are the inheritors. Do you understand that you are alone? You are outside history. You are non-existent. This manner changed, and he said more harshly. And you consider yourself morally superior to us, with our lies and our cruelty? Yes, I consider myself superior, said Winston. O'Brien did not speak. Two other voices were speaking. After a moment, Winston recognized one of them as his own. It was a soundtrack of the conversation he'd had with O'Brien on the night when he had enrolled himself in the Brotherhood. He heard himself promising to lie, to steal, to forge, to murder, to encourage the drug-taking and prostitution, to disseminate venereal diseases, to throw vitriol into a child's face. O'Brien made a small, impatient gesture as though to say that the demonstration was hardly worth making. Then he turned a switch, and the voices stopped. Get up from that bed, he said. The bonds had loosened themselves. Winston lowered himself to the floor and stood up unsteadily. You are the last man, said O'Brien. You are the guardian of the human spirit. You shall see yourself as you are. Take off your clothes. Winston undid the bit of string that held his overalls together. The zip fastener had long since been wrenched out of them. He could not remember whether at any time since his arrest he had taken off all his clothes at one time. Beneath the overalls his body was looped with filthy yellowish rags, just recognizable as the remnants of his underclothes. As he slid them to the ground he saw that there was a three-sided mirror at the far end of the room. He approached it, then stopped short. An involuntary cry had broken out of him. Go on, said O'Brien. Stand between the wings of the mirror. You shall see the side view as well. Ooh, it is getting good. Okay. But what I might do is put a last call out for pages, guys. I do need to stop at around 2 a.m., which is about 20 minutes away. So if people want some pages in, I always throw in a bonus single page. So I always end the stream with a page, so you've got one in the bank from that. And if anybody wants more pages on top of that, you can pop them in. I could be cruel. I could be nasty and say, go get your friends, and follows will add to pages as well. So I'll use it as a bargaining chip. But I will honor any pages that we make in the run-up to that. So even if I go over my time slightly, that's okay. I'll honor the pages up to that time. And I'll tell you when to no longer bid the turnips so people don't waste them. They can save them for future streams as well. Boo. I do also realize before I say that, I honor the pages. There's no way I can do 80 pages before that time, before something like yesterday happens again as well. So, if you're planning on doing anything, like, if anybody's doing that 10 subscription thing, please save it. Pop it to another favorite streamer of yours or something like that. Please, I cannot do the 50 or 80 pages if you do anything like that. Save your money and pop it onto one of the others and wish them a Merry Christmas from us all. So we've got one from Ron as well. We've got two. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Thank you. Okay. Right. Start reading Ron's page, shall we? Lovely. So Winston has been instructed to stand between the mirrors. Winston had stopped because he was frightened. A bold, grey-coloured skeleton-like thing was coming towards him. Its actual appearance was frightening, and not merely the fact that he knew it to be himself. He moved closer to the glass. The creature's face seemed to be protruded because of its bent carriage. A forlorn jailbird's face with a knobby forehead running back into a bald scalp, a crooked nose and battered-looking cheekbones above which his eyes were fierce and watchful. The cheeks were seamed, the mouth had a drawn-in look. Certainly, it was his own face, but it seemed to him that it had changed more than he had changed inside. The emotions it registered would be different from the ones he felt. He had gone partially bald. For the first moment, he had thought that he had gone grey as well, but it was only the scalp that was grey, except for his hands and the circles of his face. His body was grey all over with ancient ingrained dirt. Here and there, under the dirt, there were red scars of wounds, and near the ankle the varicose ulcer was as inflamed and mass of flakes of skin and peeling off. But the truly frightening thing was the emaciation of his body. The barrel of the ribs was as narrow as that of a skeleton. The legs had shrunk so that the knees were thicker than the thighs. He saw now that O'Brien had meant about seeing the side view. The curvature of the spine was astonishing. The thin shoulders were hunched forward so as to make a cavity of the chest. The craggy neck seemed to be bending double under the weight of the skull. At a guess, he would have said that it was the body of a man of 60 suffering from some malignant disease. "You have thought sometimes," said O'Brien, "that my face, the face of a member of the inner party, looks old and worn. What do you think of your own face?" He seized Winston's shoulder and spun him round so that he was facing him. "Look at the condition you are in," he said. "Look at this filthy grime all over your body. Look at the dirt between your toes. Look at that disgusting running sore on your leg. Do you know that you stink like a goat? Probably you have ceased to notice it. Look at your emaciation. Do you see? I can make my thumb and forefinger meet around your bicep. I could snap your neck like a carrot. Do you know that you have lost 25 kilograms since you have been in our hands? Even your hair is coming out in handfuls. Look!" He plucked at Winston's head and brought away a tuft of hair. "Open your mouth. 9, 10, 11 teeth left. How many had you when you came to us? And the few that you have left are dropping out of your head. Look here." He seized one of Winston's remaining front teeth between his powerful thumb and forefinger. A twinge of pain shot through Winston's jaw. O'Brien had wrenched the loose tooth out by the roots. He tossed it across the cell. "You are rotting away," he said. "You are falling to pieces. What are you? A bag of filth. Now turn around and look into that mirror again. Do you see that thing facing you? That is the last man. If you are human, that is humanity. Now put your clothes on again." Winston began to dress himself with slow, stiff movements. Until now, he had not seemed to notice how thin and weak he was. Only one thought stirred in his mind, that he must have been in this place longer than he had imagined. Then suddenly, as he fixed the miserable rags around himself, a feeling of pity for his ruined body overcame him. Before he knew what he was doing, he had collapsed onto a small stool that stood beside the bed and burst into tears. He was aware of his ugliness, his gracelessness, a bundle of bones in filthy underclothes, sitting weeping in the harsh white light. But he could not stop himself. O'Brien laid a hand on his shoulder, almost kindly. Ick. Yeah. The book contains body horror as well. I must admit I wasn't expecting that. So I'll keep the closing page in the bank. It will be the page that I sign off with. So there is still one page definitely banked. And another one from Ephraim. How are you doing, Ephraim? Thank you. I hope you are well. Oh, I just saw the double fishing thing. Doing well. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Hope you're sitting comfy and cozy. Ron, I feel like I've missed a lot, but I can always count on the author updating us on the status of that dang ankle ulcer. Yeah. The perpetuating pain throughout this book is laced through many angles, but that ulcer is like a grounding point for the whole book. Because, like, even if you haven't had an ankle ulcer, you can imagine the pain of something which irritates you by rubbing you on your ankle or the back of a foot. Those are those kind of irritations that you know you can't escape from, because you have to move, you have to walk, you have to put your shoes on or something like that. It's the ulcer is again something you can't escape. It's the perfect ailment to have in the book to magnify its message. I've said it before. This book is brilliant. It's like incredibly well thought out. Unbelievable. And Ephraim has a page for us. So O'Brien laid a hand on his shoulder, almost kindly. "It will not last forever," he said. "You can escape from it whenever you choose." Riot. I know. Twisty with the perfect timing, as always. I will start your page again, Ephraim. I don't know when it might have cut out for you all. We'll just be certain we get it all. There we go. Thank you for your patience, guys. You are troopers. Thank you so much. Tap on your way back. Listen to us now. It is super groovy. Like it. Okay. Ephraim, I will read you your page. Thank you, guys. The music did cheer me up after that little OBS disconnect. Thank you. So, I'll start it. It will not last forever, he said. You can escape from it whenever you choose. Everything depends on yourself, said O'Brien. You did it, sobbed Winston. You reduced me to the state. No, Winston. You reduced yourself to it. This is what you accepted when you set yourself up against the party. It was all contained in that first act. Nothing has happened that you did not foresee. He paused, and then he went on. We have beaten you, Winston. We have broken you up. You have seen what your body is like. Your mind is in the same state. I do not think there can be much pride left in you. You have been kicked and flogged and insulted. You have screamed with pain. You have rolled on the floor in your own blood and vomit. You have whimpered for mercy. You have betrayed everybody and everything. Can you think of a single degradation that has not happened to you? Winston had stopped weeping. Though the tears were still oozing out of his eyes, he looked up at O'Brien. I have not betrayed Julia, he said. O'Brien looked down at him thoughtfully. No, he said. No, that is perfectly true. You have not betrayed Julia. The peculiar reverence of O'Brien, which nothing seemed able to destroy, flooded Winston's heart again. How intelligent, he thought. How intelligent. Never did O'Brien fail to understand what was said to him. Anyone else on Earth would have answered promptly that he had betrayed Julia. For what was there that they had not screwed out of him under the torture? He had told them everything he knew about her, her habits, her character, her past life. He had confessed in the most trivial detail everything that had happened at their meetings. All that he had said to her, and she had said to him. Their black market meals, their adulteries, their vague plottings against the party. Everything. And yet in the sense in which he intended the word, he had not betrayed her. He had not stopped loving her. His feelings towards her had remained the same. O'Brien had seen what he meant without the need for explanation. Tell me, he said. How soon will they shoot me? It might be a long time, said O'Brien. You are a difficult case. But don't give up hope. Everyone is cured sooner or later. In the end, we shall shoot you. And next will be part 3, chapter 4. Okay. We've still got the page in the bank, but it's almost 2 o'clock, so I will honour anything that comes up now, if people claim. I know there's about a couple of minutes in it or something like that, so it'll probably be about 2 pages, and whatever anybody else manages to add. And then we'll look for somebody to Rady Poo. I'll look for someone to Rady Poo. I know it's a bit of a shorter one tonight, but it is getting up to the holidays. Got family to see. I might actually be streaming tomorrow night. I can't say that for definite, but I'll probably get one for the Christmas Eve going into Christmas, so I can be wishing people a happy day. You'll save yours for later. Thank you for the great read tonight. You're absolutely welcome, Traveller. It's been a nice, steady flow today. I must admit, this was nice. I think the price for the pages and the rate that they can come in is just nice. If you get a few extra that come in with the other claims to get the pages, it seems to stack them in a nice way as well. So I'm enjoying it. I think it's nice, and thanks for helping me set the pace, guys. I know it's been a bit established for a few days now, but I think it actually does feel comfortable. Yesterday, it was difficult to tell. That was a bit of a bit out of shell shock, what happened yesterday, but no, I think generally it's good. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I hope it's helped everybody's grind, wherever that may be. And Twisty, I'm sorry if I miss your 500th. But I hope it goes well. Okay. So I'll make this the last inventory full. I have the signing off page, and I'll do my usual thank yous and lovings and goodbyes before we sign off as well. Actually, this inventory could take a while. Maybe I'll leave it on a half inventory and bank it, because I do kind of need to be sharpish. It is 2 o'clock. Okay, let's drop this. Let's do our thank yous. We'll spot for a raid, get the final page, and I'll wish you all the very best of day. Here we go. So, goodness. Let's go all the way. So, N1 Rhoda, thank you for the follow. Sterath for the follow as well. Ontorius, thank you for the raid. And N1 Rhoda raided as well. It was absolutely lovely. Hard at Twerk, thank you, thank you. Ghoulie MK, thank you for the follows as well. And again, the book reading pages, guys, it just goes, I think, for the whole stream. Thank you so much. I'm glad it's fun and people are enjoying it. I will find someone for us to raid, but before I do that, I did promise you a little signing off page. So this will be George Orwell's 1984, Part 3, Chapter 4. He was much better. He was growing fatter and stronger every day, if it was proper to speak of days. The white light and the humming sound were the same as ever, but the cell was a little more comfortable than the others he had been in. There was a pillow and a mattress on the plank bed, and a stool to sit on. They had given him a bath, and they allowed him to wash himself fairly frequently in a tin basin. They even gave him warm water to wash with. They had given him new underclothes and a clean suit of overalls. They had dressed his varicose ulcer with a soothing ointment. They had pulled out the remnants of his teeth and given him a new set of dentures. Weeks or months must have passed. It would have been possible now to keep count of the passage of time, if he had felt any interest in doing so, since he was being fed at what appeared to be irregular intervals. He was getting, he judged, 3 meals in the 24 hours. Sometimes he wondered dimly whether he was getting them by night or by day. The food was surprisingly good, with meat at every 3rd meal. Once, there was even a packet of cigarettes. He had no matches, but the never-speaking guard who brought his food would give him a light. The first time he tried to smoke it made him sick, but he persevered. I shouldn't have looked up there, sorry. But he persevered and spun the packet out for a long time, smoking half a cigarette after each meal. They had given him a white slate with a stump of pencil tied to the corner. At first he made no use of it. Even when he was awake, he was completely torpid. Often he would lie for one meal to the next, almost without stirring, sometimes asleep. sometimes waking into vague reveries in which it was too much trouble to open his eyes. He had long grown used to the sleeping with a strong light on his face. It seemed to make no difference, except that one's dreams were more coherent. He dreamed a great deal all through this time, and they were always happy dreams. He was in the Golden Country, or he was sitting among the enormous, glorious sunlit ruins with his mother, with Julia, with O'Brien. Not doing anything, merely sitting in the sun, talking of peaceful things. Such thoughts as he had when he was awake were most about his dreams. He seemed to have lost the power of intellectual effort. Now that the stimulus of pain had been removed, he was not bored. He had no desire for conversation or distraction, merely to be alone, not to be beaten or questioned, to have enough to eat, and to be clean all over was completely satisfying. By degrees he came to spend less time in sleep, but he still felt no impulse to get off the bed. All he cared for was to lie quiet and feel the strength gathering in his body. He would finger himself here and there, trying to make sure that it was not an illusion that his muscles were growing rounder and his skin tauter. Finally, it was established beyond a doubt that he was growing fatter. His thighs were now definitely thicker, and his knees after that. Reluctantly at first, he began exercising himself regularly. In a little while he could walk 3 kilometers, measured by pacing the cell, and his bowed shoulders were growing straighter. He attempted more elaborate exercises, and was astonished and humiliated to find that things he could not do. He could not move out of a walk. He could not hold a stool out at his arm's length. He could not stand on one leg without falling over. He squatted down on his heels and found that with agonizing pains in the thighs and calves, he could just lift himself to a standing position. He lay flat on his belly and tried to lift his weight by his hands. It was hopeless. He could not raise himself a centimeter. But after a few more days, a few more mealtimes, even that feat was accomplished. A time came when he could do it 6 times running. He began to grow actually proud of his body, and to cherish an intermittent belief that his face was also growing back to normal. Only when he chanced to put his hand on his bald scalp did he remember the seamed, ruined face that looked back at him out from the mirror. And there we are, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you've had a lovely time, as good a time as I did. It's been wonderful. But I will... Rady Poos. Is there anybody that any of you particular would like? Let's pop down. Whom have I not? Oh, there's quite a lot of people who stream now. My goodness. Good night, Ron. Good night. Will pick. I rated Bones Dog, and I'm pretty sure I was in a stream with Bones Dog before. Let's go to Bones Dog. There we go. There we go. Okay. Right. Lovely. So, thank you so much again. I will hopefully be back on tomorrow night. I hope to see some of you again very soon. Be good and have a lovely day, wherever that may be. And we'll wait for the 10 seconds of the raid. I did it exactly again. I do it every single time. You think the amount of times I've raided now, I'm getting the hang of it. Thank you so much, guys. Toodles.